Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your fidelity and prudential goodness have appointed us our leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the Adam favor these your servants, who may be pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon the assembled, and grant and may as in your presence, treat and consider all matter that shall come under their deliberation, is so just and fundamental to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this morning sitting. As you are aware, yesterday there was a tragic accident where a fuel tanker overturned in Kigawa along Kampala-Gulu Highway and later exploded in flames, leaving scores death and destroying various roadside buildings and businesses. Over the last few years, we have witnessed the similar cases, notably in January 2021 at Namungona on the northern bypass, where at least 33 people were left dead, in Rubirizi in 2019, where 20 people died. Such incidences point the need for sensitizing our locals on public safety during such incidents. We condone with the families, bereaved families, and pray that may the Lord comfort them during this trying time. It was such a bad moment, but God's timing is never our timing. May we rise and observe a moment of silence for those who lost their lives.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Yes, Narima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And as the people of Wakiso District are affected, we also want to thank you, Parliament, and Madam Speaker particularly, for standing with us and sending those sympathies to all our people and Ugandans. Madam Speaker, allow me to report to this Parliament that from yesterday afternoon and this morning, I've been to this matter, and from 7 up to the time I left towards 9, I've been at the site. It's very unfortunate Ugandans died, and it's a pity. Madam Speaker, we request and we are praying because what I established that over 35 people are dead already, and over 70 people, they were first taken to Bombo Hospital, but all of them have been now referred to Chirudu. Several tried their best, but it was not easy. And over 300 meters, because it's a trench of fuel that had to run on, and then fire caught a strong trench. And now different homesteads were affected, different buildings with shops, and many people who were now in those shops died. Many people who were in their homes, as long as it was fuel petrol, died. So my prayers, Madam Speaker, as we handle this matter, this incident has occurred when earlier on, in the same instance, it's a very deep slope, over 3 accidents earlier on occurred in the same area. My prayers, can we have several stations, especially for this Kampala Metropolitan, of police brigades? Let's have fire brigades at different points countrywide. We cannot only rely mainly on this Kampala station, because the time it took over 1.5 hours, police negotiating their way to the scene, it wasn't easy. Those of you who were out here, you saw the cars quickly rushing to the place. Also, we are praying that, particularly this place, the humps are a little ahead in Bombo. Those who know that place, Chigogwa, it's next to Bombo. We border with Luweero. But now, it's a very serious slope, and cars often run from there. This gentleman failed the truck, and there was another car that was getting in. So we pray that let Ministry of Works also now be in position to put some up, particularly in this area, due to the several accidents that occurred. We are also praying that we should have heavy roads, heavy trucks that move, as long as it's having heavy load, let it be moved. Let it move at night. A similar scenario was almost occurring at Chagwe Road. We had just finished here a plenary. I was rushing to CBS. Then what happened? Again, a truck almost caused an accident. So we pray that heavy loads should move at night. Let it not be during day, especially for the Kampala metropolitan area and where we are having densely populated spaces. Also, finally, Madam Speaker, you've hinted on it. Let's have continuous campaigns on how to handle road accidents, especially with fuel-carrying trucks, because this incident would have been prevented if people had really were aware. But unfortunately, they hurried to go and start
collecting
siphoning fuel. And to make matters worse, I've just established it. Nearby, there was charcoal stove. Someone was roasting maize. It's very unfortunate. And Madam Speaker, we are praying that, especially these people who are doing their work, who are in their homesteads, who are carrying out usual business, those shops that are affected, let's quickly have some compensation. Let's have the minister get on the scene. The municipality of Nansana and the district of Wakiso, they are yet to produce the disaster reports, but let's have now some work done and to help the families to see that they send off their people over now coming to 70 and the 30 already dead, so that families are helped. I was there, but the place is really disturbing and the scene is so disturbing. I beg to pray and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was really a tragic incident. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Evans.
And I thank you for raising this tragic matter in this August House. Right Honourable Speaker, it is very disturbing. As the Shadow Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, I raised a matter here whereby the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible promised to produce a comprehensive report to this Parliament. The matter I raised, it was regarding about the mushrooming petrol stations in Kampala and Kampala Metropolitan. It is very disturbing. We are...
Evans, is this out of a petrol station?
No. It so happened...
Evans, let's not politicize the thing. It's a very serious issue. It was a fuel truck. Eh? You get it, eh? Much as they have a connection, but let's see first how these people can be helped. I thought you were going to bring in an issue and say, okay, government, come in and first help these people, and this is how we should help these people.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I was still building my point, and a while ago, the President gave a directive whereby in that directive he said that trucks, fuel trucks, they should not enter Kampala during daytime. And this tragedy happened almost during day. So it is very disturbing.
Now
And
that raises an aspect of implementation of the directives.
exactly.
Yes.
And the statement I raised here, it included how the regulations are implemented and the guidelines within Kampala and Kampala Metropolitan. Right Honorable Speaker, the regulations in the construction of those petrol stations, it's supposed to be 200 meters away from each other. But you'll find that petrol stations are very close to each other. So we are sitting on a time bomb as a country, and especially here in Kampala. So we ask government, one, to implement the directive of the president, and secondly, to revise and implement those guidelines so that we can save lives. It is very disturbing and it is very unfortunate. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. By the way, even where you're seated, just very near here, there is a petrol station. On this side, there's a petrol station. On this side, there's a petrol station. So it is
Madam
really...
Speaker, for information, opposite where the truck fell, there's a petrol station. So it would have been worse if now the fire had crossed to the petrol station. Thank you.
I personally witnessed the one of Rubirizi. It was not a good one. It wasn't. Jonah.
And maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, just 1 second, let the government, because they had promised here, it was on the floor of Parliament here, the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible, they promised to bring a comprehensive report. So, from the side of the government, they need to tell us what happened to that comprehensive statement, and if they are not willing to produce that statement, you give me powers as the Shadow Minister to bring a comprehensive statement, and I read it on the floor of Parliament here.
Okay.
And the people of Uganda,
Thank you.
they will appreciate. I thank you.
Jonah.
Then Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join you in mourning the people who lost their lives, and also wish those ones who are injured a quick recovery. There are two things I want to point out. The first one, without prejudice to the skills and the entrepreneurship of Ugandans, many tanks are fabricated for different purposes here in Kampala. For example, for ferrying water, but because of the challenges in the
And
business environment, they are turned into fuel transportation.
Water bowsers into fuel tankers.
Exactly. So, for one to transport fuel, there are standards that must be met to take care of even extreme conditions of accidents. That even when a tanker falls down, if it has made to standard, it becomes very difficult for the fuel to spill out. So what we would expect from government is to either initiate a process of re-inspecting all the tankers moving around the country, especially the ones that are carrying fuel, immediately, with a view of enhancing the safety. But secondly, to also carry out a comprehensive investigations. We cannot rely on personal observations of what took place. What if somebody deliberately, for example, opened the fuel to spill over and lit the fire? So accidents that happen in this country, I don't know why they are investigated and the reports are held in secrecy. And we allow the public and citizens to keep guessing what happened. Recently, or far back, about some month ago, a very high-profile accident happened in this country, including involving one of the high-profile figures in this country. Up to now, there is no preliminary report that has been released where a whole Deputy Speaker of Parliament is involved in an accident, air accident, which is required under the International Convention for Air Organization, ICAO, that reports must be released in public. So I invite government on this particular one to do a thorough public investigation and release the report so that in future safety measures can be put in place. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Jana, I think is right. We really need a comprehensive report on that. Let's hear from government. I'm coming.
Right Honorable Speaker, we equally join the rest of fellow countrymen and women in mourning and conveying our condolences as government to the families of the victims of the accident turned disaster. From the spirit of the debate, Right Honorable Speaker, there are 3 ministries that should come and brief Parliament on the issues that members are raising. One is the Ministry of Works and Transport on the road
there
safety.
There is a procedural matter raised by honorable members as we speak about the accidents outside there and the safety measures. Even in Parliament here, as members of Parliament, you should be able to know where fire extinguishers are. And how you should be able to use it. You should know the escape routes. I only got to know one escape route when there was a bomb blast at the gate. That's when I got to know that there was one escape route. So even us ourselves here, we should be able to know. Yes, procedure.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why the chief and government, if I got his title right the last time he enlisted them here, is so eager to speak when you are still raising issues that will require his answer. I thought, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, that he will allow us to raise all the issues related to this matter, and then he will come to give an answer at the end. Because, for example, if you allow, Madam Speaker, I represent a municipality which is a...
Honorable, what is the procedure matter?
The procedure issue I have raised it, that wouldn't it be procedure right for government to answer when we have all raised issues relating to the matter?
Which rule restricts him from standing so many times and respond what members are raising? Can you respond to what was raised as we get other issues? Semakula will now come in.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the ruling. I was saying, in the spirit of the debate, it touches on 3 government ministries. The Ministry of Works and Transport on road safety, the Ministry of Energy on the guidelines as highlighted by the honorable colleague who was holding the floor, then on the Ministry of Internal Affairs that will be charged with the responsibility of investigating the circumstances surrounding the accident that led to the death of fellow countrymen and women. In the circumstances, Right Honorable Speaker, I would suggest with your concurrence that the Ministry of Internal Affairs that is charged with the responsibility of investigating be given an opportunity, because I know the matter is still under investigation, but they can give us their preliminary findings from what has happened.
Including transport.
No problem, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, Semakula.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I take that route when I'm going to Nakaseke.
Yes.
But I got scared when I saw what happened yesterday.
What were you going to do?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, an accident is an accident. But some are preventable. Like yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, I propose if at every regional police station we had a fire brigade, at least some few people would have been saved.
As we talk about fire brigades, I don't want you to put a blame on police. It is on you. How much money have you budgeted for each police station to have a fire brigade. You are the ones who give the money.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, you've said rightly, but you are our boss, Right Honourable. So,
Honourable members, my work is only to chair the House. When it is budgeting time, you should be able to budget for fire brigades, more fire brigades. For me, when it comes to the House, I only do the chairing. So, Omar Patrick helped me. You should not put a blame on me.
Right Honourable Speaker, indeed he shouldn't be blamed. We blame the institution charged with bringing budget proposals to this parliament, and that is government. It is the government that comes up with the proposals which is presented to this parliament, which we scrutinize. Unfortunately, these days, even when we come here to prioritize certain things, the heavy hand of government comes and says, your priorities are not needed. Please go back and redo what we want. So, Madam Speaker, your hands are tied. Our hands are tied. We can only blame this government. Thank you.
Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, given the previous budget you had put money to purchase ambulances, but you remember what happened. So since we have the Minister of Finance here, as a member of Parliament, I propose that in the next budget we make it a necessity that every regional police station should be equipped with a fire brigade vehicle. Our time of lamentations are over. We are members of Parliament. We can do that. Right Honourable Speaker, I pray that at least this government compensates the people who lost their dear ones. Because we cannot leave them given the situation, and some of these people died when they were at work. So I pray...
Honourable, you know very well the government will do that. Government will compensate.
If it will, and thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'll be very happy to hear the government compensating them wholesomely. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you. Honourable members, you're taking a lot of my time. We've already made a ruling. We need a report to that effect. Unless somebody has something different on my communication. Yes. Jonathan, you have on my communication?
Madam Speaker, you had guided that matter, you had ruled on it.
Yes, I ruled on it.
You ruled on it.
Thank you. That's why Jonathan is... Yes, Doctor?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The Government Chief Whip mentioned 3 ministries which are concerned. But a number of them are concerned, and this is an interministerial call to action. For instance, the Ministry of Health is concerned in this, and we want to learn the state in which those patients reached the various hospitals and what kind of interventions did they have, whether they had enough.
Honourable members, we have a committee in charge of health in this house. If we are responsible enough as leaders, can the committee members go and see? Exactly. For me, I am going to see those people after here.
Yes.
Lord will go and see those people. So why don't we go and see, such that when we come back here, we talk with informed.
Yes.
When we are informed.
Can I raise even these others, because
yes,
it will help you also to guide the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness. It is also very important. Then we should be in position to examine and interrogate how much money.
Don't worry.
Yes.
That one is being handled.
And finally,
yes,
the Ministry of Finance. He's not mentioning the Ministry of Finance, Right Honourable Speaker. He's not even mentioning the presidency. which overturned the budget which we had adjusted, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a sector-wide intervention and call for action.
Honorable, the budget that was overturned was not for that. Honorable members in the VIP gallery this morning, we have members of parliament from the East African Legislative Assembly. We have Honorable Fatuma Ndagiza, Yala member from Rwanda. You're most welcome. We have Honorable Rutazana, Yala member from Rwanda. We have Honorable Akol Ross Okolo, Yala member from Uganda. We have Honorable Siranda, a doctor, Yala member from Uganda. You're all most welcome, and they are here to observe the proceedings of this house. They are bringing more. We are yet to have. We want all the members, the Yala members here. Honorable Rose, tell the speaker we want all the Yala members here. Yes.
Right, Honorable, you disregarded this issue of mushrooming petrol stations, especially in residential areas. But it's a very important matter, right?
We have made a ruling to that effect. Honorable members, you'll allow me amend the order paper and accommodate a statement from the leader of opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to firstly join you and colleagues to express sympathies towards families that have lost their loved ones in that very unfortunate incident in Chigogwa. Scores have died, scores were injured. It's very unfortunate. I do extend my sympathies and commiserations to the families. We need to continuously encourage our people to be vigilant and avoid certain unfortunate incidences, because people were rushing to go and siphon fuel, hoping to make some money for the day. Unfortunately, they met their death. Hopefully, we can keep encouraging our people to be on the lookout and to avoid certain grievous incidences. Finally, I also would like to call upon government. Let's help these people. Let's support them as expeditiously as we possibly can. Many have died. Many are in hospital. They need support. Let's support them. An accident happened. We hope the investigation report comes out soonest. But in the meantime, let us support these people. And Right Honorable Speaker, while we are talking about those who died in the fire and those who were injured, the nearby shops, a couple of them actually got burnt, and people have lost merchandise worth millions of shillings. Government, let's support these people. An accident did happen. Let's reach out to our citizens with support. Right Honorable Speaker, via Rule 53, I would like to present this very brief report of the oversight visit that I carried out with some colleagues to Atiak Sugar Factory on 7th October 2024. I want to begin by tabling a copy of this report. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Shadow Cabinet conducted an oversight visit on Monday 7th October 2024 at Atiak Sugar Factory in Amuru District to assess its operational status, economic impact, and challenges. The factory, located in northern Uganda, is a government-supported initiative aimed at reviving the sugar industry in the region, providing employment and promoting economic development in post-conflict areas. Atiak Sugar Factory is an investment located in Atiak, as I have mentioned, Amuru District, that was initiated by a private company called Horial Investments Holding Company Limited, hereinafter called Horial. It was incorporated on 11th April 2013 as a private limited liability company with the aim of setting up a plant to process sugarcane into sugar and its byproducts.
The Atiak Sugar Factory began as a private community partnership in the sense that land was provided by the people of northern Uganda. The construction of the company was envisaged as a milestone in facilitating economic recovery in northern Uganda through creation of thousands of jobs for local workers. Additionally, the factory would also promote women empowerment, since they would become the main suppliers of sugarcane. However, Withheld soon contracted very expensive short-term credit from a number of financial institutions for purposes of setting up the factory. Upon experiencing difficulty in serving the expensive loans, Withheld sought for financial support from government of Uganda on the grounds that this investment was very strategic for the people of northern Uganda. The factory was officially launched on 22nd October 2020. The capacity of this plant in phase 1 was targeted at 1,650 tons of cane crushed per day, to be expandable to 3,500 tons of cane crushed in phase 2, 5,000 in phase 3. According to the shareholder agreement that Government of Uganda through UDC signed with Withheld, government intervention would be solely for the purposes of completion of the factory up to phase 1. Unfortunately, despite government intervention in this factory, production at the Atiak Sugar Factory was halted on account of persistent shortage of sugarcane and was closed in 2022 April. Between financial year 2017-2018 to financial year 2019-2020, Government of Uganda, through its investment arm, Uganda Development Corporation, progressively purchased and acquired equity shares worth 81 billion shillings in Withheld. During financial year 2017-2018, UDC provided 2 shareholder loans worth 20 billion and through NADS released 54.68 billion in financial year 2019-2020 to support sugarcane outgrowers in Amuru and Lamu districts in order to sustain sugarcane supply to this factory. Additionally, Government of Uganda made available a transport subsidy worth 16 billion shillings in financial year 2019-2020 to transport sugarcane from Busoga to Atiak. All this investment had the sole objective of enabling Withheld to complete the factory to phase 1. In financial year 2021-2022, UDC, through a supplementary budget, provided 108 billion meant from mechanization and shares, and in financial year 2022-2023, government, through UDC, added 274.1 billion meant for preference shares. Unknown today is the total percentage shares that government of Uganda has in Withheld, because it has continuously injected more funds into this company since the acquisition of equity shares. As broken down, I've provided a table, and the minister will take a look at that. The total investment, both direct and indirect investment, as we speak today, is 553.71 billion shillings. 553.71 billion shillings. It's against the above background that I went with colleagues for this oversight visit with a couple of objectives. One, to evaluate the factory's production capacity, the current operational status and its economic contribution to Uganda's economy. Two, to examine the involvement of local farmers and outgrower schemes in the sugar production chain. Three, to assess the accountability and transparency mechanisms in this factory's operations. Four, to identify any operational, financial, or infrastructural challenges faced by the factory. Five, to review the extent of government support and private sector partnerships in the development of this factory. These were some of our findings. One, the factory is currently non-operational, not producing any sugar, and this raises concerns given government's intervention over the years. Management intimated that the reason for non-production is because sugarcane is not readily available. All this despite the huge investment by government. Two, there were ongoing civil and infrastructure development works at the factory, such as construction of water reservoirs and an irrigation system, although they are behind schedule. Management said to us that they hope to get more funding from government to aid with the irrigation. Three, the management of this factory has abandoned the earlier model of planting 60,000 acres of sugarcane from Atiak across to Lamu through farmer cooperatives, and has now instead resorted to planting 25,000 acres of sugarcane in Atiak, owned by the factory. Despite the factory being non-operational for a couple of years, it spends 200 liters of diesel on a daily basis, running turbines apparently to prevent the machines from rusting and malfunctioning. This regular expenditure is disturbing given that there is no production going on. There has been slow delivery of machinery to fast-track mechanization of this factory. At the time of the visit, only some of the required equipment had been delivered, yet these are also incomplete and without the necessary accessories. Uganda Development Corporation, which is supposed to be the overseer of this project on behalf of government of Uganda, has limited or no presence at all at the operations of the factory. Management told us that the factory's sugarcane plantation, totaling 7,900 acres, had been burnt down in December 2020, and this also affected operations. However, the cause for the fire was unknown. Despite the heavy financial investment of 553.71 billion by government in this joint venture, what is on ground is not commensurate with this investment. It raises questions about whether this is not another white elephant.
It's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wouldn't it be fair that the Leader of Opposition gives a copy for uploading, because we are not really following? No, it's the procedure issue. Let the Speaker decide.
Do you have a copy?
I do, Right Honourable. And
okay. Do you have a copy for the Speaker?
Yes, I do. And as you had advised, Right Honourable,
Honourable members, please upload, but you can go ahead and conclude.
Let me wrap up with...
we will get a report from... He's basically presenting, then we shall get a report on it. It's not anything for discussion.
Thank you, Right Honourable. To ensure the long-term success and sustainability of the Atiak Sugar Factory, the following actions are recommended. 1. Government, through UDC, needs to fast-track the conversion of its preferential shares into ordinary shares so as to increase the negotiating power, strong decision-making and voting powers in this company. 2. UDC should improve oversight and management of the factory's operations through ensuring efficient management and transparency in the use of public funds, put in place clear performance targets as well. 3. Government should conduct a thorough audit of this company to establish whether it is a going concern. 4. While the company is desirous to receive more money from government, we think it is prudent for the already invested 553.71 billion to be accounted for first. There must be value for all this money before we think of investing more. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and members, the government of Uganda's investment in Atiak Sugar Factory through UDC was intended to revitalize northern Uganda's economy, promote agro-industrialization and create jobs. However, all the challenges in place have made it difficult for these intended benefits to accrue. Government should therefore update Parliament on these 3 issues. 1, the exact stake of government in this project. Number 2, the plans there are to see that the 553.71 billion injected by the taxpayer does not go to waste. 3, and finally, how northern Uganda and Uganda at large can reap the promised benefits from this investment, this project, which the taxpayer has injected heavily in. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. We will get a response from Finance and Attorney General in terms of conversion of the shares, and then on the accountability of the money that has been given. So we'll get Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we take note of the Leader of Opposition's concerns, and I undertake to respond in writing.
Thank you. When do we get it? When do we get a response?
Actually, with your indulgence, Right Honourable Speaker, I was going to request that we have some kind of timeline Yesterday he did commit to bring a response on Rocco. Now he's committed to Atiak. If we can have a timeline so that we hold them accountable. When the timeline hits, I will then remind the minister for that update to Parliament.
Honourable Minister, when do you expect to?
Within 2 weeks, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. 2 weeks is okay, because Iyala will be sitting here. So when we come back here, 2 weeks is okay. Actually, we are going to give you 3 weeks. We'll give you 3 weeks, because I know the 2 weeks. Next item.
Item 3
yes,
on the order.
Honorable Kira, Municipality.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am raising a matter of national importance, which I have briefed you about this morning.
From where?
From your office.
At least I didn't see you today.
Madam
yes.
Speaker, I was in your office this morning.
What is the matter?
This matter, Madam Speaker, relates to an issue I raised here regarding human rights. 3 of us members of Parliament from a party under construction, PFF, the Honorable Francis Mwijuche, the Honorable Kamara, and myself, were arrested taking a protest note to the Kenyan embassy. We are actually now reporting to court almost twice a month. When I raised this matter, the Attorney General made an undertaking to come here and brief Parliament why 3 MPs were roughed up like chicken thieves, but also to brief Parliament as to why 36 members of PFF were kidnapped from Kisumu and charged.
It is called what?
PFF.
PFF.
Yes. Madam Speaker, you know these things because you are in FDC. Madam Speaker, the 36. The 36.
Honorable Semujo, I am, at least you're reliably informed that I am not in FDC.
Madam Speaker, that's why I said you are in FDC. I'm not saying you are still there.
Okay.
But
what is the issue?
So the 36, the response that government promised relates to our arrest and then the kidnapping of the 36. Madam Speaker, why this matter becomes very important to receive an answer is that this government is squeezing people. You have just had 16 members of National Unity Platform being coerced by the army to plead guilty for offenses they did not commit. We have 36 who are there on terrorism. Our celebrities are in court. So the reason and you are saying order. The other day near the Fort Portal mayor was killed by NRM and his NRM. So those of you are just order. Wait for your day tomorrow. So the issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is an issue of human rights, deteriorating human rights. These military people who sit here every day are squeezing our people. That's why when they are here, they are just quiet. They are squeezing our people in courts of law. Instead of taking people in courts of law, they are squeezing them in their tribunals. So can we get that response, Madam Speaker, on those 3 issues? Those who are kidnapped, our arrest, the 16 new members who have been squeezed by the military to plead guilty for offenses they have not committed.
Order.
But order from our side. Why don't you sit their side?
Yes, there's an order.
Thank you very much.
Just before you come with the order, did you say that the matter is in court?
Madam Speaker, I said this matter was raised here and government made an undertaking. I was actually given a copy by the clerk of parliament of the matters that government was going to answer. So I have that copy. That's why I am only demanding that government fulfills its bargain. They said they will come here and explain the arrest of members of parliament and then the kidnapping, because the kidnapping is not in court, it is a suspect.
Honorable Minister. No, let's get the answer.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I'm struggling to understand what the prayer of the Honorable Semuju is about, because all these matters are in court. Maybe what I can do is to find out how far the matter is in court and then come back and give a response.
He can clarify the prayer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under Article 28 of our Constitution, and I would like to read
the presumption of innocence.
No, 28:1 says, in determination of civil rights and obligations or any criminal charge, a person shall be entitled to fair, speedy, and public hearing before an independent and impartial court or tribunal. What the Honorable Semuju is raising is that the government is in the habit of hurrying to arrest persons they suspect of committing a crime, produce them in court, and thereafter relax. Producing a suspect in court to take plea and then keeping quiet for 4 years without any trial. What the Constitution had envisaged is that the trial is actually the prosecution adduce evidence and there is a hearing, not just a matter of bringing them to court and it's mentioned like it's happening in the General Court Martial and several other courts around the country. So the matter that Honorable Semuju is saying relates to the speedy and fair trial. How do you arrest me and put me 5 years? And yet even in the end, even if I'm found guilty, some of the sentences would actually be less than 3 years. So how do I serve 5 years in a trial and yet the punishment may actually be less than the 5 years? That is what we should clarify about. And there are so many examples that we can give right from the court martial and also with the other courts of law.
Another clarification?
Right Honorable Speaker, we were in this house when a colleague joined us. I don't see him here today, the Honorable Balam Barugahara Atenyi. Shortly after he was sworn in, after becoming a Minister of State for Children and Youth.
Where is Balam?
He did say...
No, Balam is coming. You will raise that issue.
The government chief whip, because he raised it through the lead of government business. That's why I'm reminding us here. He did commit and he asked that I retable the names of missing persons, those incarcerated, political prisoners, and so on. And I said, but those lists we had tabled severally. They're even in the library. But I said, for the avoidance of doubt, I retabled a list here. I said, anyone who would like to access it should access it. He committed to giving us an update because he said now he will take the law into his own hands, circumvent the legal processes and so on to ensure that people are freed. I think it would be prudent that the Honorable Balam comes and gives this House an update on what he has been up to, the machinations he has been up to, and how he has gone about this whole process that was in court and were making complaints, as colleagues have mentioned. People are held for 4 years, no trial, no evidence. He said he would handle the matter. Let him come and give us an update, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable, let's not sweep down what Honorable is saying. Honorable Semuju has an issue. People were arrested, they were taken to court, and he wants to know the position.
Madam Speaker, if you allow me to complete, because I was stopped by point of order. And each one of you here potentially you might be in prison tomorrow. We have had MPs who have just returned. So when you are speaking about matters of prison, please, the former LDU, allow us to raise these matters. Madam Speaker, the issue of abusing prisoners' rights.
There is a procedure.
I went to Chitalia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Rule 73(1) is very clear. Subject sub Rule 5 of this rule, a member shall not refer to any particular matter which is sub judice, any matter that is under the courts of law or being handled by the courts. So, is the honorable member in order of procedure, are we proceeding right to listen to his arguments, well knowing that all the matters he's raising are subject to court decisions? Number two, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding right to listen to Honorable Semujiu when he's making allegations that are not, that have no evidence. He mentioned that members of NUP were coerced into accepting certain charges, and there is no evidence to that. Madam Speaker, are we proceeding right?
Honorable members, there is only one person who can determine whether the matter is sub judice or not, and it is only the Speaker. So I have not yet ruled that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the member is just asking something simple to understand where these people are and how these people are being treated and how, basically that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your wise ruling. You see, when these prisoners, one of them, the ones who are alleged to have confessed to their crimes, now from prison's uniform, he appeared in an NRM t-shirt bearing President Museveni's poster. I was in Chitalia. I took t-shirts to PFF members, the 36 who are there. And the prisoners told me you cannot bring political t-shirts in the prison. How did government access prison to take their Museveni's t-shirt? You simply cannot abuse rights of prisoners, even when they are subdued. Madam Speaker, these matters are very serious matters. I see...
no, for me, all I want is an update. Let the minister give us an update, how far the government has gone. On the issue of the t-shirts, that's simple. Yes, Honorable Minister.
I just want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, the biggest challenge, Madam Speaker, we have is the interpretation of Article 23, Sub-Article 6 of our Constitution. If the Minister can bring to us a list of people on remand and who have been on remand for more than 180 days before their cases have been committed to the High Court, regardless of the crimes they are alleged to have been committed, and what action is being taken by the Director of Public Prosecutions to either discontinue or have these people temporarily released. Because we have very many people recently, I'm told of a person who has been on remand for 13 years without even committal. So let the minister, since he's in charge of the prisons, give us a list of the people on remand for more than 180 days and who have not been.
So we'll give the minister time to bring that report. We'll need to have time to get the report and bring the report. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, giving the minister time is okay, but we continue listening and hearing the outcry of people saying they don't know where their people are. Possibly, maybe as the minister brings the report, given the time you have given him, could he help the Ugandans to identify and locate these people so that when he's reading a report...
Which people? You mentioned the people.
Right.
That's a sweeping statement.
Right Honorable Speaker, whenever we hear missing people, missing persons...
Which missing persons? You mentioned the name. Mention the name so that the minister comes with the names.
Right Honorable Speaker, I take it.
Madam Speaker, I have Chibalama of Namayumba, a resident from Wakiso, is one of those people who is missing and not yet known anywhere.
You know, as a legislator, you must be complete when you're speaking. You've said the right person, Chibalama of so and such, or of such and such a place. You get it, eh? Not just saying a sweeping statement that we have missing people. Next item. Minister, will you give us that information in 2 weeks' time?
Item 3 on the order paper.
Before we conclude this, Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to know which information, because there is a, I'm confused.
The one that was raised by Honourable Winfred.
Honourable Minister, let me assist you. It's possible you have missed some sessions. On a couple of occasions, I have tabled those lists, and they are in the library with Parliament.
No.
Of people that have been incarcerated, of missing persons, including a one John Bosco Chibalama, whom the Prime Minister told us was arrested. So she knows where he is. So, Honourable Minister, please don't feign ignorance of these lists. Kindly go to the library and ask for those lists, because we have tabled them severally. But
No,
if you want, we can retable them for the umpteenth time, so that there is no excuse. Let's not feign ignorance, really, on these issues.
Now, honourable members, Honourable Semuju raised this issue, and now you're mixing the two issues. And then the one is talking about the one over 180 days. Over 180 days. Okay? Over 180 days. So is that understood, Honourable Minister?
Now it's understood, Right Honourable Speaker. Otherwise, it was becoming omnibus. Everybody was adding lists.
Okay. And Honourable Ibrahim, feel free to interact with the Minister and give him information. Please, feel free.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker. But the reason I was raising this matter was because it was raised here, and they made a commitment to come and brief Parliament on our own arrest.
That was
MPs taking a petition to the Kenyan embassy, myself, the Honorable Mwijuchi, the Honorable Kamara, on the kidnapping of the 36 attending a seminar in Kisumu, and on the deteriorating human rights record in Uganda, including the military torturing people and getting them to confess to crimes they have not committed. And
so
the government minister
will give that report in 2 weeks. Honourable members, in the public gallery this morning we have students and teachers from St. Andrew, Kagwa, Gombe High School, Kawala represented by Kawalia Beka, Abu Beka. Where are the students? Students, and they have come to witness the proceedings, and your MPs here wants to greet you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
For today I have VVIPs. Clerk, you may not bring students for today. You bring them tomorrow. Because the place is going to be occupied.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving way. I would like to thank the Parliament of Uganda. I would like to thank the Parliament of Uganda for giving this opportunity to the students of Gombe High School. I very well know that most of them are leaders. Our dear students, this is Parliament of Uganda, where laws are formulated. I understand that Gombe High School is one of the best schools that we have in Rubaga North constituency. When you're here, feel at home. Don't fear to ask. Witness whatever is taking place. But at the end of the day, I want also to appreciate you as your leader. And I want you, when you go back, talk to your parents that our Member of Parliament is still here to stay. Come 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper.
Next item.
Statements by ministers on 3.1, the confiscation of national IDs by money lenders as collateral.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is a statement on the confiscation of national IDs by money lenders as collateral. Introduction. Right Honorable Speaker, this statement follows your instruction to present a statement on a matter of national importance that was raised by the Honorable Osuru Maureen, the woman member of Parliament for Arua City, on Thursday, 1st August 2024, regarding the question of government's plans to end the vice of confiscating people's national IDs as a security for loans by money lenders. Right Honorable Speaker, the growing practice of confiscating national IDs as collateral for loans by money lenders violates the rights and dignity of our citizens. This practice not only infringes on the rights of our citizens, but also poses a serious threat to national security and social stability. In 2015, the Registration of Persons Act, ROPA, was enacted and established the National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, with a mandate to register all persons in the country, assign them unique identification numbers, and issue national identification cards, among others. The National Identity Card is now a critical document that serves as proof of identity, nationality, and citizenship. It is essential for accessing a wide range of services. However, there has been a disturbing increase in the number of reports where money lenders are taking these vital documents as collateral for loans. This illegal practice leaves borrowers vulnerable and deprives them of their most basic identification document, thereby leading to further financial and social marginalization. The impact on citizens: when a national identity card is confiscated, it severely limits an individual's ability to participate in various livelihood activities. Without their ID, citizens cannot open bank accounts, receive government services, or even verify their identity in various circumstances when the situation warrants. This practice disproportionately affects the most vulnerable members of society, including the poor, elderly, and uneducated, who may not fully understand their rights or the legal implications of surrendering their IDs in this manner. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the confiscation of national identity cards by money lenders opens the door to exploitation and abuse. Individuals who find themselves unable to pay their loans are often subjected to harassment, intimidation, and further financial extortion. This cycle of exploitation exacerbates poverty and undermines efforts to foster social and economic development in our communities. Our response and planned actions, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the government of Uganda is committed to protecting the rights of all its citizens and ensuring that the national identity card retains its intended purpose as an enabler for easy access to services and not exploitation. To address this issue, the government has undertaken the following measures. Legal framework: there are various laws, including the Constitution, that create specific rights as well as obligations regarding this subject. Article 292C provides that every Ugandan shall have a right to a passport or other travel document, in this case a national ID, which is also a recognized travel document, and therefore nobody has the right to deprive a holder of a national identity card of the same. Section 77B of the Registration of Persons Act, Cap 332, provides that a person who without authority deprives or dispossesses a holder of his or her national identification card commits an offense. Further, Section 77E of the same Act provides that a person who unlawfully keeps or takes possession of a national identification card that belongs to another person commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 48 currency points, which is Uganda shillings 960, or imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or both. It should be noted that under Section 693 of the ROPA, an issued national identification card remains the property of the government of Uganda. A money lender, therefore, has no authority to deprive or dispossess a person of his or her national ID. The national ID is government property and cannot be staked as security or collateral. Government did not intend national identity cards to be used as collateral for borrowing, but rather as identification documents to foster social and economic development in the country, being enabler to access services easily by the citizenry. In a bid to enforce the above provisions, government has further enacted Tier 4 microfinance institutions and money lenders regulations, statutory instrument number 8 of 2018, which expressly prohibits the demand or acceptance of a national ID, passport, warrant card, or other document establishing the identity or nationality of the holder as collateral for any money advanced to a borrower as a loan. Regulation 18 to be specific. Therefore, any money lender found in violation of these laws and regulations is in breach of the law, and if convicted is liable to suffer severe penalties, including the revocation or non-renewal of their operating licenses, payment of fines, and imprisonment. Upgrade of the national ID by introducing digital IDs. NERA plans to eventually upgrade the national ID by rolling out digital electronic identity cards. One of the advantages of this is that it will combat the troubling practice of confiscated national identity cards as collateral for loans by money lenders. The introduction of e-IDs will reduce dependency on physical cards for identification. With digital verification, citizens will be able to authenticate their identity using electronic means such as mobile apps or online platforms. This planned shift reduces the risk of physical IDs being used as collateral, since digital identity verification does not require the physical handover of the card. Money lenders will no longer be able to hold a physical national identity card as security, because the verification process will remain under the control of the card holder and the authorized institution. This initiative is not only about adopting new technology, but also will protect our citizens from predatory practices that have plagued our society far too long. Government is cognizant of the fact that the majority of its citizens do not yet have access to internet and smartphones to enable the immediate implementation of a universal digital ID system. However, when this happens, it will be the ideal solution to decisively deal with this challenge. Public awareness campaigns. The government is undertaking nationwide public awareness campaigns to educate citizens about their rights and the dangers of surrendering their national identity cards as collateral. Government agencies such as NERA, the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority have undertaken civil media engagements to create awareness in the public about illegal acts of misuse of identity cards as collateral. This awareness is intended to empower citizens with knowledge about their rights over their national identity cards, thus reducing exploitation. Strengthening oversight and enforcement. The government has stepped up enforcement of the law by arresting and prosecuting persons involved in this illegal practice. For example, in Lira City, it was reported by the police in the North Choga region that operations were conducted on the 5th of August 2024 within Lira City, targeting money lending companies, and 149 national identity cards were recovered. The law enforcement agencies prosecute such cases where lenders are found to be engaging in such blatant abuse of confiscation of national identity cards. Citizens are therefore encouraged to report to the nearest police station or NERA office any person or entity illegally holding their national identity card for further action. The challenge, however, remains that the card holders do not report and are also in a way complicit in this malpractice for want of anything to stake as collateral for borrowing. So through all levels of leadership, we need to provide leadership and guidance to the population. Engagement with stakeholders. The government will continue to engage with key stakeholders, including financial institutions, political leaders, civil society, and community leaders to ensure a collaborative approach to ending this practice. This will include dialogues, consultations, and other engagements aimed at identifying and addressing the root causes of this issue. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the confiscation of national identity cards as security for loans is a deplorable practice that must be stopped immediately. The government of Uganda is fully committed to protecting the rights and dignity of our citizens by ensuring that their national identity cards retain their integrity and remain in their possession and are used only for their intended purpose. To achieve this end state, the citizens themselves must cooperate by avoiding this illegal practice as much as possible, or in the unlikely event that it happens, report to authorities to retrieve the confiscated cards. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. First, before we go to anything, before we say anything on that, we had asked the Minister of Finance to bring regulations to curb the interest rates of money lenders. How far did you go? Because that's the most important thing. We want regulations.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Attorney General is still working on them. And I undertake to follow up within 4 weeks. Within 4 weeks, we shall bring the draft.
You want to bring us the draft?
We shall bring the regulations here.
We need the regulations. We need the regulations. The issue of money lenders is a very serious issue.
Yes, it is.
Honorable members, we have a law without regulations. So we cannot implement what we agreed on the law without regulations in this house. Yes, Ozzy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with you that the ministers will bring the regulations. The issue of exploitation and extortion does not only stop with the exorbitant interest rates, but also the conditions of payment. I was with my women in my rural village. The women in my constituency, in that case, as a leader, I refer to them as my women because I lead them. But I don't mean that they are my wives. There's difference between, so you should get that.
If Honorable Z is married.
Madam Speaker, many of those complain to me, those ones in their saving groups and the rest, they engage in businesses. But some of these money lenders have gone to those rural areas. They give money, but the condition of payment is that you pay every day. You pay every day to them. So the extortion is real, because I was telling them, if you pay money every day to these money lenders, how do you get money for yourself? This is typical exploitation. So we really need this. We need the regulations here, so that we assess and see.
That makes us advise our women to concentrate on PDM.
Yes, that's what I was telling them.
PDM, Emioga.
Two, Madam Speaker, I was also engaging with the civil servants. The same issue has also extended to the civil servants. You find that those days, for a civil servant to access loan, this must be authorized by the cow. And the cow determines how much you can get as a loan. But this time, a civil servant, so long as has the national ID, the financial card, and supply number, can just walk to these banks and get loans. And the coding of these loans are done by private companies, not the cow. So this has led to over deduction of their monies. In some cases, many of these civil servants have their names deleted. Because once you get loan and the deductions go below 50% of your salary, then your name disappears. And this has caused many civil servants to abandon job. So it is one of the serious issues. We needed explanation from government. How can a private company come up with coding of loans? And why do you leave out the cow who is supposed to supervise his civil servants? He has nothing to do with approval of loans. So I think
you know, the private company, once you have a CRB, that private company will be able to know how much money you have, and they will be able to give you. But it all goes to financial discipline. Financial discipline.
So, Madam Speaker, as the government comes, we needed that explanation so that we will help our people. Thank you, Madam
Let's
Speaker.
get the regulations. Honorable members, the members of the East African Assembly that are up there watching and attending to our proceedings. One, we have members from Burundi. We have Honorable Victor. Honorable Victor, I may not be able to mention the other name. Then we have Honorable Nkuruziza. We have Honorable Nkuruziza. We have Honorable Kibea Saidi. Then members from Kenya. We have Honorable Imam Falada. Welcome. Honorable Kalonzo, most welcome. Honorable Kering, you're most welcome. Honorable Shabal Saidi, you're most welcome. Members from Rwanda, we have Honorable Fatuma. Honorable Fatuma. We have Honorable Matthias, you're most welcome. We have Honorable Rutazana. Rutazana, you're most welcome. Then we have members from South Sudan. Honorable Dr. Ann Ito. Dr. Ann Ito. We have Dr. Saida. Honorable Saida James, welcome. Honorable Kim Gia, welcome. Honorable Luke Thomas, welcome. Honorable Gideon, welcome. Then we have members from Uganda. We have Honorable Mary Mugenyi, most welcome. We have Honorable James Kakoza. We have Honorable George Stephen Odongo. We have Honorable Veronica Kadogo. We have Honorable Gerald Siranda. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming to attend to our proceedings. You want to debate on that statement? You are the same money lenders who are mistreating people.
Something important.
I have asked for regulations.
Yes, something important.
Right,
something important. Some additional information.
I have asked for regulations, and you want in 1 month's time, we need the regulations here. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for accepting me, and I want to thank the Minister, the General. But you see, Madam Speaker, when there is a vice in the country, the Minister has made his statement, but the best solution to this problem now is issuing an instrument, stopping that practice, and any money lender doing so, his license should be revoked. We agree with whatever you have given, but now what you are stating is in the future. So why don't you issue an instrument stopping that? Thank you, Madam.
That you're putting on.
Right, Honorable.
Yes.
There's no need for an instrument. It's already an illegality to use IDs as
Whatever
collateral.
is being done is an
It is illegal.
illegality. And secondly, an ID can never work as a collateral. It can never work as a collateral security. Not even an ATM. Not even an ATM. Yes.
Right, Honorable. There is another challenge with IDs. There are thousands of national IDs with police, those which are lost, thousands all over the country. And people are paying money to acquire new IDs. I would propose that the police, the internal affairs, you advertise the IDs. Someone should, wait, why don't you allow information, please? Someone should pay for the money of the advert instead of paying 200,000 to go and get a new one. Advertise them, they are all over every police station. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the IDs, there are people who don't have fingerprints. We should have an alternative to fingerprints. Iris recognition is now used worldwide as part of the biometrics for identification. So in the new IDs, please include the iris recognition so that those who don't have fingerprints can get an alternative. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have said what we need are regulations. Whatever is being done is an illegality, and we cannot continue discussing about an illegality. This is something that is not supposed to be done. Next item.
Item 3.2, statement by Minister on the National Population and Housing Census 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My presentation is not about the entire census. It is responding to the issues that we raised on the floor recently. Yeah, we shall be coming to present that one.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Most of the people had issues on census. The Bagisu had issues on the census. The Langi, everybody had issues on census. And then there was also the one of Honorable Daisy. So I don't know how you're going to handle this. Maybe we could have a report, the census report. Yes. Let's have a census report such that we are able to refer. Jonah, do you have something, Jonah?
No, but Madam Speaker, the issue that was raised.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you look at the instrument that allows the census to take place, there are about 36 parameters that when you are conducting census, it's in the first schedule. You must interrogate. And what we have in the public domain is that the census was conducted in a shabby manner. The data, the allegations that they were manipulated, others were cooked. The public is outraged that many households were never even approached by the enumerators. And even the provisional report that was released has since been recalled. So we actually don't have any foundation to entertain such a statement. In the premises, without even any foundational document for us to refer to, it is difficult to appreciate such a statement, because what the country expects is a report on the census, not a statement brought by the minister, and we are not even sure where the minister is coming from. So I propose that the minister be allowed to go back. We already gave them more than 380 billion, and that 380 billion, they should do their work, and once they are
procedure.
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the Shadow Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. But when the Honorable Atiak Sugar made the undertaking, he made the undertaking in the premise that there were many issues that needed to be answered. And as a result, he said, can I come with a statement about everything? That's how I understood it. The procedural issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether even before receiving a statement to know what is in that statement, we can now in anticipation rule it unsatisfactory. Yet the undertaking was that the minister will come here to answer all issues of the census. That's what the Honorable Atiak Sugar, the Honorable State Minister, I think is just carrying a document he has been given. But his boss was here and he said his statement will be a statement about all the issues.
He made a disclaimer and said it was partial. And based on that, first of all, we need to know what is the source of this document, because we must be having a report where he extracted the figures that is reporting from. So, Honorable Minister, we would need a report of the census, and then you can come and give us a report. A report where you will be able to quote that the source is from the census report. I mean the census report, yes. So you will go back and bring that report, and we will still give you. How much time do you need? And no, in the meantime, Ugandans should know what they know.
Right, Honourable Speaker, actually this submission relates to what transpired when Honorable Kaseja was here. And he asked me to come here because he's out of the country. You gave him a deadline to report on particular issues that were raised then, including the matter raised by Honorable Ndezi and the matter relating to the tribes, data relating to the tribes. So those are some of the issues that I was
responding to. How much time do you need to bring the report?
Permit me to inform the House that in December we shall be wait a minute. In December, we are coming up with a final report on the national census for 2024. The final report.
Honorable members,
this report we had was a provisional report. So the final report is coming out in December. Now, Right Honourable Speaker, you have indicated that I must have a report to quote.
Honourable members, December is not far. It will also pass. Let's get something that is concrete, that is authenticated. You get it, eh? So we cannot take this because it is partial. Mzee Kaseja said he was coming with a concrete what? Information. So let's go to the next item.
Item 3.3, statement by Minister on the new O-level and A-level curriculum and emerging issues.
Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Kaduchu.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to present a statement to this floor on the new O-level and A-level curricula and emerging issues that were raised on this floor. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, on 16th October this year, Parliament directed, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Education and Sports provide an update on the progress of the low secondary and advanced level curricula. Members, as you may be aware, the first cohort of learners is currently sitting their end of Senior 4 examinations and they're expected to progress to Senior 4 in 2025. This curriculum is competence-based and learner-centered, emphasizing generic skills, values, and a positive attitude towards life and work. In addition, the methodologies used emphasize participatory learning approaches and application of what has been learned. The assessment focuses on learning and considered an individual learner instead of the one-size-fits-all approach. Right Honorable Speaker, where we are to date, the Ministry of Education and Sports rolled out the lower new secondary curriculum in February 2020. Since then, several interventions to make it successful has been made as outlined below. Number one, we have conducted training for teachers through our agencies and departments. The NCDC developed a teacher training strategy to help the teachers to interpret and understand the low secondary curriculum. A total of 1,600 master trainers and 81,048 teachers of Senior 1 to Senior 4 were trained on the new lower secondary curriculum across the country. In addition, Right Honorable Speaker, individual schools have been using the master trainers to train those who never had a direct interaction with the curriculum designs, using the cascade model. It should be noted that the target number of teachers to be trained was 198,720 from both government and private schools. Those trained represent 41% of the planned targeted number. The center trained 9,126 head teachers, DEOs, district inspectors of schools, and Ministry of Education officials on the new lower secondary curriculum. Number two, the Uganda National Examinations Board, referred to as UNEB, has also trained 15 teachers from each school on assessment. The assessment constitutes a classroom-based assessment and project with an emphasis on generic and practical skills. Schools have been trained on how to capture students' scores from the school-based assessment on the system, which will contribute 20% of the total learner score at the end of the cycle. Number three, the Directorate of Education Standards have provided teachers support in approximately 500 secondary schools in the country. The Ministry of Education is making efforts to adapt online methods of instructing teachers in the wake of financial constraints to conduct face-to-face training. The Ministry of Education and Sports, through NCDC, trained publishers on how to write interactive textbooks to the curriculum. The developed textbooks and teachers' guides were distributed to all secondary schools across the country from Senior 1 to Senior 4. Number five, the curriculum requires engaging learners in core curricular activities to develop their practical skills and talents, which includes swimming. It is worth noting that not all concepts in the curriculum are taught in the classroom setting. Project-based learning can be taught outside the classroom, and a learner is free to select a subject from the many available options across the subjects. He or she is expected to be innovative and creative in doing the project by using local available resources within the community and in particularly the environment. The Ministry of Education and Sports will continue guiding our teachers on how to guide learners in using locally available materials during project work. The implementation of the lower secondary curriculum has faced quite a number of challenges, Madam Speaker, including the skill gaps among teachers in implementation of the competence-based curriculum because they were used to traditional methods of teaching and they had to transit to the competence-based approaches. The limited instructional materials and the limited sensitization among key stakeholders like our parents, among others. Madam Speaker, to mitigate the challenges of implementation, the Ministry of Education through NCDC is in the process of developing sample scheme of work and sample lesson plans to guide teachers in the preparation of instructions at the lower secondary level. The Ministry of Education and Sports further plans to continuously develop the skills of teachers through teacher support and online training. Through the training, the teachers will be equipped with skills in developing low-cost non-textbooks materials to support them in effectively managing the teaching-learning process. Madam Speaker, the progress on the development of the A-level curriculum. The Ministry of Education and Sports, honorable members, through the National Curriculum Development Center, embarked on the review of the A-level competence-based curriculum in 2021. The progress is still ongoing, and as we prepare for this first cohort that is expected to progress to Senior 5 in 2025. The Ministry of Education and Sports, Right Honourable Speaker, has made arrangements to mitigate the gaps in the A-level curriculum by aligning it to the lower secondary curriculum, which is competence-based. This current cohort, which are sitting Senior 4 exams, will be oriented towards the competence-based curriculum on joining Senior 5. Right Honourable Speaker, in addition to the issues raised on the revised curriculum for A-level, I want to comment on other issues that have been raised. That includes 1, urgent harmonization of the pay of science teachers and school administrators. On that issue, Right Honourable Speaker, Government of Uganda has agreed to provide a top-up allowance to school head teachers to address the matter of harmonization of salaries with the science teachers. This is especially the science-based head teachers and science deputy head teachers. The matter has been logically concluded. Number 2, the need for staff quarters in all schools, especially those in hard-to-reach areas. The Ministry of Education and Sports, Right Honourable Speaker, acknowledges the need to have staff quarters in all our schools across the country. We believe this will solve the challenges of staff retention, especially in hard-to-reach, hard-to-work areas. Unfortunately, this is not budget neutral, as it will require significant resources beyond the ceiling of the Ministry of Education and Sports, which is available to the ministry. Nevertheless, the matter is being addressed in a phased manner within the available resources to the local governments. There is an approved budget of Ugandan shillings 41.46 billion across the local government votes to address some of the infrastructural gaps in schools, including the staff houses where need be. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker, all seed schools that is being constructed in a phased manner have provision for staff houses included as part of the scope for the construction. Issue number 3, the need to recruit enough teachers and reduce the teacher-student ratio. Right Honorable Speaker, this financial year 2024-2025, the ministry secured 111 billion, and this will go towards recruitment of at least 4,402 staff. This will be deployed in the 111 seed schools in phase 2 and phase 3, which is the 27 schools, under the U-Gift program. Each school is projected to receive 31 teaching and non-teaching staff. We also secured 11 billion that has been provided for recruitment of teachers in primary schools, a total of 1,589 teachers. This will be across local government with staffing challenges. Number 4, on students being denied access to national examination because of unpaid fees. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you so much for raising really and advocating on that matter personally, you. Thank you. And the Ministry of Education, together with the UNEB, has been working with the schools to ensure that this does not happen. The Permanent Secretary has written a circular to all school head teachers to ensure that all candidates sit examination without interruption or sending them home because of unpaid school balances.
You have the circular?
Yes.
Lay it on table.
I tabled the circular. Thank you. They should put agreeable measures in place between parents and school administration to ensure school fees balance are paid accordingly without interrupting examination process. I also want to thank FAWE and other partners that have really supported last week, girls especially, those who have been sent away, and they addressed the issue of school fees balance. Number 5. Number 5, teachers in private schools operating without contracts. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education and Sports have drafted guidelines for staff employment in private schools and institutions in Uganda. These guidelines emphasize the need to sign contracts for employees as provided for in Section 59 of the Employment Act of 2006. The Act states that employees must be served with a contract that states the full names and the address of the parties of the contract, their title of the job, the place of work, the wages to be paid, including deductions, as well as leave periods. The guideline for staff employment in private schools and institutions in schools are not enforceable because they are not yet gazetted. The process for gazetting is underway. In the budget, this coming budget for financial year 2023-2024, we will probably make sure the process is gazetted. As I conclude, there is a question, what is FAWE? FAWE stands for Forum for African Women Educationists, including Madam Speaker, who is really one of our key educationists in this country. So I thank you so much for supporting the education sector, and I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There is a procedure. Shadow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister. Thank you for attempting, but for giving this report. But the procedure matter I'm raising, Madam Speaker, is that wouldn't be procedure okay if you grant me permission as a shadow minister. I want to respond with evidence attached with each and everything the minister has stated. For example, let me say something here, Madam Speaker. Just one small thing from what she has said, that they have trained the 15 teachers from every secondary school, Whereas there are secondary schools in Uganda who have less than 10 teachers. So where do you get 15 secondary school teachers to be trained when the school has less than 10 secondary school teachers? So if Madam Speaker of the Agency, you accept, even if you say tomorrow or next Tuesday, I am ready to present, because I'm going to lend the minister my phone to see the messages I'm receiving from head teachers right now, from your own statement, because they are following. And whatever you are saying is a challenge. Our battle here is to see how we streamline education. But we are on a time bomb. So, Madam Speaker, if you accept me, I'm ready to prepare, and I respond. I'm on a procedure, and trained as a member of parliament. I don't want to give information on procedure matters. So, I would pray the minister, with her trials, with her prayers for you, you are in trouble, but don't worry. We can solve this problem together. And I'm a member of the Committee of Education, and the shadow minister, and above all, a minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, permit me to lay on table to you the correspondence.
Honourable members, Honourable Minister, the procedural issue that Honourable Seung is raising is on policy matters. And I think a number of members raised issues that day. Number of members raised the issues, and that's why the minister responded. So what you could actually do on issues that you have, put it as an oral question, a written question to the Prime Minister.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker, but you see, as a shadow minister, if you accept, Madam Speaker, because
can the leader of opposition ask?
Yes, but can
the leader of opposition ask to bring a written response to that? Then we debate both reports.
Madam Speaker, I think you've guided well. Let my colleague, our Minister for Education in the alternative, prepare a robust response, because I see colleagues from both sides have got issues of concern they would like to raise. So it would be good that we debate both reports exhaustively.
Honourable Minister, let the leader of opposition bring a response to your submission. Then we debate both of them. We are not saying the new curriculum is bad, but we are saying it's a very good curriculum. It meets with the changing environment. But we need some things fixed. So let's get their report, and then we debate it next week.
Madam Speaker, I very much accept that guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, leader of I've given a leader of opposition 2 days. Honourable members, in the VIP gallery this morning, we have members of Parliament of the East African Legislative Assembly who are here specifically to watch us pass the bills, and they are not going until we finish passing bills. We have Honourable David Ole. Honourable David Ole is a very good friend of mine from Kenya. Karibu sana. We have Honourable Deng. Honourable Deng, and then Honourable Jacqueline among it. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Yes?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. Last week you gave a directive here that all students with uncleared balances in schools must not be chased out of school. It was a very good directive. Secondly, I have heard the minister in her report say that the directive is being implemented. However, Madam Speaker, I have a situation similar to that in Soroti, in Chambogo University, Soroti Study Center. The university has held results of over 500 students in the university because the lecturers have not been paid. I want to know from the minister, what and why have the lecturers not been paid? And given such a directive, Madam Speaker, would it not be procedurally correct that you direct the Minister of Education to bring here a statement why the results of the students have been held up to now?
Honorable members, my directive was all students must sit exams. Okay? They must sit exams. You should not chase any student because he has not finished payment. However, when you sit exams, it is also right that you pay. It is right that you pay the money for you to get your transcript.
Madam Speaker, this situation is different. Here, the lecturers have not been paid. It is the lecturers that have held the results. And this is Chambogo University, a government institution.
If the students paid and the lecturers are not paid and they are not releasing results, that is very wrong.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Let Chambogo sort out his issues.
Madam Speaker, we raised this issue on this floor. I think it is, if I can recall, 2 to 3 weeks back. It was raised by my sister, Honorable Agnes, the Member of Parliament for the Workers. It involved non-payment of part-time staff, which accumulated to an area of over 6 billion. And as a result of non-payment, some of the part-time lecturers withheld the results of the student. This matter is being handled. After we presented
and for how long?
I think from the time that we presented and we debated on it, I went back to the ministry, and the ministry sat down together with the Vice Chancellor and the Ministry of Finance and the other relevant authority. We had a meeting and we are trying to handle it.
Honorable members, Honorable Minister, I was actually given a list yesterday, and I didn't take it so serious like it is. Now, if the teachers are withholding, I mean the teachers are, lecturers are withholding students' results, students who have even paid, that is a breach, total breach. And he has the list. Please lay on table.
Madam Speaker, with your guidance, allow me to lay here on table a list of students whose results have been held by the management of Chambogo University Soroti Study Center. I lay on table.
How many? 600.
Madam Speaker, the list that I have here is 118, but the total number is 600.
Honorable Minister, please, that is a very serious matter. No, that one you will speak. For us, we want results.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to undertake the responsibility of getting this to the root cause of this thing, solving it and bringing a feedback on this floor that the Minister of Education
Can we have a response
handled.
tomorrow on what you have done as education?
Much
Next item.
obliged, Madam Speaker. We will bring a statement on
tomorrow.
that subject matter.
Tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Because these people are not able to get jobs because their results are withheld. They may not even be able to graduate. Somebody has paid school fees from P1 up to university, and the results are withheld. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper.
You will discuss when she brings the document tomorrow. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, as part of the government effort towards rationalization of public entities and expenditure, the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 was tabled on 24th September 2024. The committee is ready with its report. However, to begin with, I will request the Minister of Water and Environment to move a motion for the second reading of the bill. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Forest and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the first time.
Seconded.
For the second time. For the second time.
For the second time.
Beg to
Seconded. Seconded by Government Chief Whip, by elders, by local government, by Chair Agriculture, Rose, Alanyo, Nekesa, Katenga, Aru, Noah, workers, Chut, and their pair, Dr. Baiga, and the whole side on the right. Opendi with a broken hand. Opendi, what happened? Domestic violence. Where is Honorable Atkins? Yes, Honorable Alanyo, Honorable Nekesa, Honorable Asumani, Honorable Aisha Hajat. Yes, would you justify?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the policy behind the bill is to give effect to government policy of rationalization of its agencies. The intention of the bill, Right Honorable Speaker, is to amend the National Forest and Tree Planting Act 2003, and this will enable us to mainstream and rationalize the functions of the National Forest Authority into the ministry.
Honorable members, you know, out of the whole group, this man has brought me 10,000 shillings. Bring. Yes, because of Guzuli. The problem, people never say thank you, but at least only one person has said thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the bill, this will facilitate efficiency and effective service delivery by clearly delineating the mandate and the functions of the ministry responsible for this. 3, it will help promote
There is a
coordination.
procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, I am an ardent reader of the answer of Parliament. During the presentation by Mama Mavira, you have said someone has brought you 10,000 over Oguzuli. I am sympathetic to those who will be reading the answer.
Is withdrawn. That is withdrawn.
Who came here dressed like a cultural leader. So I wanted to be guided how that is related to the Mavira motion, Madam Speaker.
No, Guzuli's issues are different.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Why I dress like this is very symbolic. This is about economic liberation. You know the people of Southern Africa, when they were resisting apartheid, they used to put on this kind of artifacts. Our coffee, which is the backbone of this economy, is being threatened by a bill which is on the order paper. And I've come to symbolize to the country that we are here to defend the economy of this country. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, if I got Honorable Semju very well, he was only suggesting that the other word of 10,000 from Honorable Asuman should be expunged. Just
yes, that's what I expunged. I said that should be expunged. How is
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, I was advancing to indicate the justification that the bill, this will promote coordinated administrative arrangements, policies, and procedures for ensuring the efficient and successful management, financial, accounting, and budgetary discipline of the government agencies and departments, enabling the government to play its proper role more effectively. Colleagues, as you may be aware, the government had established that some agencies were created without much consideration, and hence there were duplication of functions and overlap. It is now against this background that the government decided to rationalize government agencies and expenditures, including the mainstreaming of National Forest Authority back to the ministry. Among the benefits of mainstreaming National Forest Authority into the Ministry of Water and Environment, the mainstreaming of NFA in the ministry will improve coordination, monitoring, supervision, and service delivery by the various actors to the sector, including the management of the central forest reserves. It will enable government to save about 3 billion from emoluments paid to the members, the executive director, and the directors, and the support staff, and procurement, audit, and so on. Leave alone to say that it also will help government address the issue of disparity in the salary structures, which had demoralized other staff from the ministry. The role of NFA is to manage the Central Forest Reserves, while the ministry role was to manage the forestry on private land, including supporting districts to manage local forest reserves. Mainstreaming all the roles under the ministry will enable proper management, supervision of all the forests in the country, bringing all the experience together under the unified management. The annual gratuity paid to National Forest Authority staff amounting to 6 billion will be saved annually, honorable members. Duplication of support services for management and development of forest resources, such as the extension services, licensing, the law enforcement, among others, will now be eliminated. The legal provision commits National Forest Authority staff directly to report to the minister, who is not technical. Mainstreaming will enable effective supervision, reporting on management of the 506 Central Forest Reserves to the Permanent Secretary in the ministry. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, I beg to submit that indeed it is time we mainstream this agency for better service delivery. And I look forward for your support. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Chair, you're supposed to be here.
Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to lay on table the minutes of the meeting and a copy of the committee report and also a copy of the executive summary.
Thank you.
That the committee generated while processing this bill. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee has scrutinized the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024, whose objectives is to amend the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act and mainstream the functions of the National Forest Authority established under the Act into the ministry responsible for environment. The committee has noted that there is overlapping mandate of forestry matters, given that the ministry has a department under the Directorate of Environmental Affairs charged with managing and overseeing the forest sector development in Uganda, including both the central and local forest reserves, which mandate is similar to that of the NFA. The proliferation of the institutions with the similar mandates has increased public expenditure and not necessarily led to improved service delivery. The committee has recommended that the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act be amended to mainstream the functions of the National Forest Authority into the ministry responsible for the environment to avoid the duplication of mandates and unnecessary expenditure. The committee has noted that mainstreaming NFA into the ministry will reduce on government expenditure by Ugandan shillings 22.1 billion in the financial year 2024-25 and Ugandan shillings 26.4 billion in the financial year 2025-26. The committee has further noted that the Ministry for Water and Environment has the requisite structure to assume the functions currently executed by the NFA and also express the willingness to absorb over 80% of the current staff of the NFA. The terminal benefits of the staff have also been provided for in the certificate of financial implication. The committee has also noted that the ministry will continue to generate non-tax revenue and NFA concurrently generates, given that the ministry also generates NTR, non-tax revenue, from the various sources, including abstraction permits under the water resources management. Therefore, mainstreaming the NFA into the Ministry of Water and Environment will address the challenges of overlapping mandates, reduce the government expenditure, and therefore improve service delivery. The ministry will also be able to generate the non-tax revenue currently generated by the National Forest Authority, given that it generates, given what the authority generates now. So the ministry will be able to generate its own under the same arrangement. Right Honorable Speaker, that is the executive summary I would like to present. The Ministry of Public Service gave us the organogram of the structure of NFA that will be under the ministry, and it is included in the report as Annex A, which I believe members will be able to see. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, you've heard from the members. Yes, we have a minority report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank my colleague, but these are some of the points that descend from the main report. Honorable Speaker, we are aware that the National Forestry and Tree Planting Bill of 2024 was read for the first time on 9th April. And we are aware that the policy behind the bill is to give effect to a government policy for rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, which the Cabinet adopted on 22nd February. And the committee processed the report. However, pursuant to Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, this minority report is premised on the dissenting opinions from the majority of the committee. And these are the areas of dissent. No economic gains in the short and medium term as envisaged by the bill to maintain the authority. Right Honorable Speaker, we begin with Table 1, which shows the financial implications, the figures depicted in the financial implications for the bill in the medium term. And based on what they show, that the the net savings for financial year 2024-2025 will be 22.1, and financial year 2025-2026 will be 26.4. Right Honorable Speaker, the above table is extracted from the Certificate of Financial Implication of the bill. The anticipated savings of 22.1 billion in 2024-2025 is not possible, given the fact that government has already implemented activities in Q1 with an allocation of Uganda shillings 3.777 billion and Uganda shillings 8.034 billion in Q2 of financial year 2024-2025. So they overestimated. The money is already eaten. The budget appropriated to NFA is for sustainable management of central forest reserves as per their approved work plan and budgets. Therefore, the proposal by the bill of relieving the government of the wasteful administration and expenditure of maintaining the authority is impossible in the short and medium term, and concentration would rather be on strengthening National Forest Authority as a revenue-generating entity that contributes significant non-tax revenue to the Treasury and is increasing its capacity to generate revenue to finance its operations. Right Honorable Speaker, they have indicated that 80% of the staff shall be taken to the ministry. So we wonder what will they earn when they're in the ministry if they indicate that the money will have been saved. Then on the issue of institutional harmony, functional duplications and overlap. Honorable Speaker, the National Forest Authority is mandated to manage 506 central forest reserves, covering an area of 1.265 million hectares, which accounts for about 26% of the total forest cover in Uganda. Not as it is alleged that wherever you see any forest, then it is in NFA responsible. NFA is only responsible for 26%. The protected areas system for habitat and biodiversity conservation in Uganda is managed under different legal mandates: the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act and Uganda Wildlife Act. In recognition of the importance of protected areas to the people of Uganda and the global community, the government, through statutory instruments number 63 of 1998, gazetted protected areas comprising 506 central forest reserves, also local forest reserves, 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, and 12 Ramsar sites. So we are wondering, are the forests under national parks, local forest reserves also going to be taken back to the ministry? So in view of the above submissions, there is institutional harmony and therefore no functional duplications and overlaps, because the different forest reserves were given to the different entities. And when you take National Forest Authority alone, then it is not equitable. Alleged high cost of administering the authority at the expense of effective service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, NFA has significantly boosted its financial performance, achieving 83% increase in non-tax revenue over the years. Over the past 4 years, the authority increased from Uganda shillings 9.27 billion in 2021 to Uganda shillings 16.983 billion in 2023-2024. The approved government of Uganda budget of 24.983 billion with the projected non-tax revenue of Uganda shillings 20.332 billion during the financial year of 2024-2025. This growth reflects NFA's strong trajectory and increasing capacity to generate its revenue to finance its operations, as summarized in the table. Right Honorable Speaker, although we are looking at the performance in terms of non-tax revenue, some entities like the National Forest Authority contribution and benefits cannot be costed. Environmental benefits cannot be costed so much as they are bringing a lot of non-tax revenue. By the same time, for us, our main mandate from NFA is environmental benefits, and they should not be costed. Table number 2, non-tax revenue performance for the release of 2021 to 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, you can look at that table, that in 2020-2021, the percentage contribution from NFA was 40. By 2024-2025, it is at 148%. So unless we are not rewarding well-performing institutions, for me, I'm very confident that they have performed to their best in terms of non-tax revenue performance. NFA has enhanced its NTR through investments in forest plantations, investments in ecotourism infrastructure, support and management of tree farmers, planters in central forest reserves, and the ability to extract external funding from development partners. This one has been depicted everywhere, that when institutions are swallowed up, the capacity to fundraise becomes zero. And we are worried we may lose all that NFA has been fundraising for this country. Therefore, this growth reflects NFA's strong trajectory and increasing capacity to generate revenue to finance its operations, and is therefore not a burden on the national treasury. So what is not a burden should be left to stay. NFA, my fourth dissent, NFA has enhanced investments in forest plantations. NFA has established over 14,000 hectares of plantations with mature commercial trees ready for harvest. This is expected to generate around 6 billion Uganda shillings in the medium to long term, boosting the institution's NTR. In addition, NFA supports and manages tree farmers, planters in central forest reserves. Over 51,000 tree farmers manage 200,000 hectares in central forest research, generating over Uganda shilling 6 billion annually in license fees. Right Honorable Speaker, the other area of dissent concerns deforestation and forest degradation. NFA has managed to keep at bay the numerous land grabbers who in several instances, Honorable Speaker, land grabbers constitute even some of the ministers and MPs here, who are looking forward to seeing NFA go and they grab. Right Honorable Speaker.
There is an order. Who are the grabbers?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable colleague has just mentioned that some of the land grabbers of these forests are actually honorable ministers and members of parliament in this head. You cannot start insinuating, pointing out members. If you have names, can you lay them?
Who are they?
Who are they? Can you lay them since you have done your research? Than pointing out fingers, please. Is she on order to do that without any evidence?
No. Let's give us the names with evidence. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
You know, it is good to name and shame some of these people.
Yeah, naming and shaming is very important, Right Honorable Speaker, but not from here.
No.
Right Honorable Speaker.
If it is not from here, then you withdraw it.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is very difficult to withdraw such a statement because when they bring a list of members who have changed forest land to freehold land, names are going to be put here.
No.
Yes.
Christine.
And information granted, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members.
Information
yes,
is here.
Daudi.
Information on Uganda Forest is here.
Information.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, the National Forestry Authority advertised that those who are interested in planting trees should apply. And most of those who are given licenses were members of Parliament. At least in my constituency, I know there are some MPs, including Honorable Mbatekamu, and other MPs who are given licenses. But if the minister wants to, the shadow minister says that they grabbed, that is not proper. But I know some ministers whose names at least have been mentioned on this floor to have grabbed some land like Otafire and others, but not for NFA. I submit.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, for more information of this House. Madam Speaker, for information of this House, those of you who have been following the matter of Gunda Forest in Entebbe, we laid here on table big shots, and we laid on
Who
table.
are the big shots?
Can I be given some 2 minutes? I bring the document here as she finishes.
You first withdraw your big shots.
Oh,
when you
withdraw
bring
big
it,
shots. Honorable members, to make it better, I can use a word that officials in government who had grabbed land of Gunda, and we laid on table the list with intervention of Parliament, that the land titles were cancelled with intervention of Parliament. But we can bring again the list here to.
If you don't have a list, don't talk about big shots.
Information.
Madam Speaker.
Information.
Madam
Thank you very
Speaker,
much.
maybe for the record, honorable members should be told we are immune when we are here to provide information. So I don't know why you're fearing to speak any information as long as it's factual in this August House. It's within the mandate of Parliament and it's within our work as members of Parliament. That's why here, when you're here, you can say anything and nobody can challenge you in the courts of law. When you get out of this place here, that's when you can be challenged. So why don't you go on record and name the people whom you're saying have grabbed forest land? I thank you.
You name them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christine. Thank you very much, Christine. I'm talking. I'm on the floor. Thank you very much, Christine. And I think the minister was very clear that we have immunity here. Madam Speaker, on this floor of this respected parliament, one of the most respected chairpersons of the committee, Honorable Dani Kimosho, stood on this floor of parliament and said that Honorable Sechikubo is a land grabber. And it is not expunged from the records of parliament. He didn't specify.
It is
which
not
kind of land.
he didn't say it was NFA land.
But he said it's a land. He's a land
He did
grabber.
not say NFA land. We are talking about NFA. We are talking about NFA. Yes, there's a procedure matter. Honorable members, don't make me get headache.
Madam Speaker, a while ago, the Secretary General of the non-registered political group headed by General Moses Kainerugaba accused one of the NRM historicals, General Saverino Kaindo Tafire, of having been mentioned here as a land grabber, and he said it was not a NFA land, but he's accused of land grabbing. Madam Speaker, I know General Tafire has been speaking against Moses Kainerugaba grabbing power from his father. The procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether the Secretary General of that small political group, illegally established by a serving military general under the UPDF Act and the Constitution, should make such a statement and is allowed to stay on the record when he's accusing one of the historicals of the NRM, actually who should be his father, of land grabbing. Yet, General Tafire came here, gave a statement that he had bought this land from former Chief Justice Stephen Kavuma. So the procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether that statement should not be expunged.
Honorable members, he mentioned, first of all, I don't even know why you bring MK in this discussion. They are not related at all. If he wants to take power from his father, that is their business. And secondly, let Honorable Tafire come here and say that it is not true. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
And secondly, it is not related to the NFA issues.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. When I come to this house, I come here as a representative of the people of Kasambia, not as a representative of General Moses Kainerugaba.
No, a smaller thing, a smaller.
Secondly, the Patriotic League of Uganda that Honorable Semuju is talking about is registered as a civic organization that is non-partisan, non-denominational, and non-sectarian. 3, Maybe Honorable Semuju, who has been around for some time, has just started becoming active in this parliament. In the 10th parliament, if you remember, I wasn't here, but I was following. The Njeru land was mentioned on this floor. And the directive was given by then the Speaker, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, for General Tafire to come here and explain on how he grabbed that land, not how he bought the land, but how he grabbed that land. And a directive in cabinet was given. The minister is here, whose land was grabbed, let him deny. Minister Wamirama is here and he was in cabinet complaining that the land that belongs to the Ministry of Agriculture was grabbed. Second, then he should explain whether the land is legally owned by the Honorable Tafire or by the Ministry of Agriculture. Then lastly, recently I was reading in newspapers, the same minister was mentioned to have had plans to grab land that was belonging to CID. So when I mentioned the name of somebody, I mentioned with evidence. I beg to submit.
Right, Honorable Speaker, is Honorable Kabaka.
Honorable members, I don't want to divert the debate. Can you finish with your presentation?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, land grabbing in the gazetted forest areas is like this.
First of all, I want you to remove one of the members here,
Yes.
if you don't have them.
Right Honorable Speaker, I withdraw the members, but I promise that I would lay on table.
Yes,
the list
for
and
now, withdraw.
substantiate it. Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, I've withdrawn the statement that some land grabbers in the forest areas are here. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I wanted to briefly explain the type of land grabbing in gazetted forest areas. People are given licenses to manage forests on behalf of NFA. Some maintain the status quo, but others go ahead to change the leases to manage the forests into freehold land. And those are the land titles that are being cancelled. Right Honorable Speaker, right, NFA has managed to keep the numerous, at bay the numerous land grabbers who in several instances apply for court injunctions. And there are very many court cases concerning land grabbing of NFA land gazetted areas to enable them to take over forest reserves. About 120 illegal titles created in forest reserves were cancelled in 2019, and the process to cancel an additional 609 illegal titles. All these are grabbers. 609 illegal titles are still grabbers in central forest reserves. This is ongoing. There is a high risk that this process will be jeopardized by mainstreaming the authority to the ministry, and hence loss of government forest land and the resultant forest degradation. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to end by reminding members that with the expected mining activities in Uganda, which is projected to produce 10 million tons of carbon every year, with the new European Union guidelines on deforestation, and with the mushrooming negative effects on climate change, it is an affirmative action, a good affirmative action, to retain National Forest Authority as a climate change management option, and we should guard it jealously. Otherwise, worldwide, we are not doing well. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll have a limited debate on all this. Honorable Pair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Pair, Honorable Dr. Lulu May, Honorable Kavanda, Honorable Yeska, and then Faith.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, the Honorable Minister, for submitting the report. Also like to join our colleagues in the minority by thanking NFA for a very good work that they did, but with very limited funding. We really applaud that. And I also want to echo that the issue of land grabbing is widespread, is not only NFA, and I don't think keeping NFA would actually keep the land. I would think that having NFA being under the ministry would actually help governments to supervise and ensure that this land are actually more safe than when an agency is struggling with it. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I hear a lot of submissions on efficiency of agencies, and I've always wondered why we think that these efficiencies in agencies cannot go to the ministries and help improve what they think it's not working at the ministries. I would like to implore colleagues, members of parliament, that efficiency is a dream for all the citizens of Uganda in government. And if we are to provide services to our people, then we need to start advocating how all the investments we have made in the agencies can actually go to the ministries and help improve service delivery. Right Honorable, finally, the issue of harmonization and savings. We are talking a lot about savings, but we are also cognizant that most of these agencies are actually paying very high salaries as opposed to the ministries. And that is one of the elements that maybe the ministries have not been able to perform. So in my opinion, merging these agencies will actually help government to harmonize the salaries so that every civil servant in this country will be working at the same level and also earning the same money at the same level. But if we want to isolate agencies, give them more money, pay them more in the name of providing services, then we are also doing a disservice as government. Finally, Right Honorable, I think we've talked about this many more times, that merging is about economies of scale. If agency is employing so much, is having their own procurement, they are determining their own salaries, they are paying their own staff, government is saying let agencies come back under the ministries, which has been supervising them anyway. Why are we fearing going back to the ministries? It is the ministers who supervise all these agencies. Let them go back, be supervised, and let them only emphasize on standards, on quality, and on supervision, other than saying, oh, we can do it better when we are alone. I thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Dr. Lume.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the committee for the majority report. I'm not party to the minority report because, Right Honorable Speaker, I traveled with the presenter of the minority report together with the 30 members of parliament of Uganda caucus, my constituency, so that they could see the work which was done by NFA. NFA has been supervising the planting of eucalyptus and pine in all areas which were covered by natural forests in national forest reserves. And they have been the stewards for giving away all these forests. And once, Right Honorable Speaker, the President pronounced himself and gave a directive. Actually, it was an executive order. It was also presented here by the Prime Minister that licenses which were previously given by NFA to those people pretending to be caring for the forest but instead cutting them should be revoked. And it was mentioned here by the Prime Minister of Uganda. They disobeyed this executive order, Right Honorable Speaker. And instead, NFA officials have been prevailing over those people they have been giving these licenses and permits just to cut down the natural forests. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am inviting you to Wikwe House just to see what they have done, the mayhem they have caused to the natural environment.
Thank you.
So I have, let me say this. I have written to the IGG to do the thorough investigation about the officials at the headquarters of NFA, so that we can pave way for them being apprehended. Actually, such people should not be even integrated into the ministry, but they should be instead prosecuted and put under the gallows for destruction of the environment. Therefore, I support the majority report. And may
there's
NFA
information
rest in
from
peace.
Ozzy. Ozzy is giving information.
Madam Speaker, I just want to give information to Honorable Doctor. In my constituency, there were 2 areas which were gazetted in 1936. The other one was gazetted as a national forest, and the other one was gazetted as a controlled hunting area. That is in K. The Mount K was a national forest, whereas the rest of the area was a controlled hunting area. But from nowhere, it was turned into an area to be controlled by NFA. But the challenges we have faced there is that before NFA took over this land, the land was very greenish with a lot of trees. But from nowhere, people started settling in this area, cutting the original natural tree. But what NFA does is that once they have finished cutting this tree, they bring people to begin to plant pine and eucalyptus, just as the Honorable is saying. Actually, I even quarreled with them. We organized the community meeting. I said before they came, this place was more helpful to the community. They will go and harvest honeys. They will go and fish. It was a place that helped us. As I talk now, if you are to go there, the original natural tree is cut off. And more people continue to settle as they look on. Thank you.
Honorable Chivumbi, you after. Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I happen to chair the Uganda Parliamentary Caucus. Right, Honorable Speaker, God is good. All the time. Right, Honorable Speaker, the last time we had this debate, for purposes of consistency, there was a rebellion from some members of Parliament on submission of NFA. Good enough, I see the same members today shifting sides and speaking like, that's what I've said, God is good all the time. Now, the story of NFA in Central Region, we had a present forest cover and natural cover. We've had an occasion, and these Bright Ramiramas, Honorable, who fought in Uganda, literally they know the extent of natural forests we had in Central Region. Even if you took an helicopter drive or an airplane drive or a drone and you put it over Uganda today, and you are able to see the deforestation that has been done on the watch of NFA, an institution that was given the military, was given police, was given express mandate to preserve natural forest. Actually, it can't score a 0, it scores a minus.
Thank you. Thank
Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, this institution should have gone yesterday. And I'm here to request you to put a vote so that NFA should go and be given a decent burial.
Thank you. Decent burial.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is a motion.
Indeed, I want to agree with the Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi that I was one of those who are saying that NFA shouldn't go. But after listening and studying how NFA has been operating, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore you and honorable colleagues, what they have been calling as giving out license to some people, actually the licenses have been, they are the ones who have been giving the licenses to themselves. It is alleged in my district, Mubende, that they have a staff from NFA who has an agent in Mubende, and this agent is the one whom they give their licenses to manage the forest reserves on their behalf. I want to request request the minister, in case this parliament takes back NFA back to the ministry, you should go back and review all these licenses. If possible, cancel all these licenses. Yes. And on this matter, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion that debate be closed and we move to the committee stage so that we can finish this thing for once and for all.
Seconded. Seconded by Isaac, by Tom, by Honorable Abirama, by elders, by Honorable Guang, Honorable Bua, Rosi, Youth, by the whole group, including Honorable including Patrick and Honorable Aisha and Honorable Abedi with Mpindi. Honorable members, I am putting a question that those who say that we go to committee stage and on the NFA bill, say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
The National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Okay. Yes.
Chair, thank you for according me this opportunity. The procedural issue I want to raise is yesterday when a report was presented and the debate on it did not comply with the timelines provided, the chief government whip moved a motion which led to suspension of a rule that bars debate. But today you have allowed the debate. So I don't know how you will guide this process forward. Two, the second procedural issue is Article 128 enjoins this parliament to accord courts such assistance and not to interfere with matters that are before court. I have a court case involving this entity. We are about to go and rationalize. And the import of that is that there will be a breach of our sub judice rule. I again want to invite you to rule. Can this parliament proceed on any matter which has the implication of interfering with the court processes, especially where the parties involved is about to be altered by this bill?
Thank you.
That would help the country know if we are a law-abiding institution or not. I wanted your ruling on that.
Thank you so much. First, on seeking for suspension of the rule, that was overtaken. 2, the issue of sub judice, the case has not been brought to my attention. What is before me is the issue of RAPEX.
Madam Speaker, I have details of that case.
I have not received it on my table.
That's why I'm putting it on record.
No, it should not even be on record. It should not even be on record.
Where should it be?
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Christine already mentioned here that there are some politicians, MPs and ministers who have interest in the NFA. I would, when I was making my submission, I said in the 10th Parliament there are some MPs who are given licenses by NFA. Let the Honorable Oguzuli declare his interest. See, if he has some land in FFA, then we understand. We can even maybe give you yours and you go.
Father,
but you leave us.
Madam Speaker, let me. My name has been brought here. I need to clarify. Section 41 and 42 of National Forestry and Tree Planting Act provides for land census. When there is an opportunity for land cessing, it's supposed to be through a public procurement process, and that involves NFA advertising. When NFA advertises, any citizen is free to bid, and when NFA advertises, anybody is free to bid. So if I've bidded and I'm successful, I have not breached any law in this country.
Thank you.
Is that okay? But that does not stop the Speaker deciding on the matters I'm raising on the floor.
Madam Chair, the position of
there
the law...
There is no illegality in having a license.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker. From the submission of Honorable Guzuli, we must admit that he has not acted in breach of any law. But what is clear that he needed to have stated is to declare his interest. Because he's talking about a bidding process. The truth of the matter is he bidded. And is part of those currently with Arua Central Forest. Absolutely. And you were fully licensed under the laws of Uganda. That was the only thing you needed to have told us. Declaration of your interest. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yes, I'm not sure if that breaches any law. Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the rules are very clear.
Kasambia, I'm on the floor. Kasambia.
If the matter
Honorable
before
Kasambia.
the floor, if Honorable Guzuli has an interest in the matter that is before us, then you excuse yourself from this debate.
Honorable members,
Madam Chair.
Honorable members, rationalization will not remove your license.
Madam Chair.
You will remain with your license.
Very good.
Yes.
Madam Chair, without prejudice to your ruling, which is perfectly correct, I wish to add that the technical answer to his worry is that the successors in title to the NFA are the ministry. So any liability as arising out of any court issues will be handled by the ministry. So you don't have to worry.
There's a new clause that they have. New clause.
Clause 1.
Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 1, new clause. This act shall come into force on a date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument. The justification to provide for commencement of the act.
Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Do you object new clause?
No.
Then you sit.
I don't. I concur with the chair.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I didn't get the rationale for a statutory instrument for commencement of the bill, of the act. If it's done, I would have suggested, Right Honorable Madam Chairperson, that the act would start immediately because it was not given rationale.
Do you want upon assent? Is it upon assent or?
Right Honorable Speaker. Just
but you know there are transitional arrangements.
Yes, right Honorable Speaker, on NFA, because it will still, even as you are buying time, have the authority to give licenses. They will give more. So for NFA, upon assent, it should cease.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. The activities of rationalizing agencies cannot be done by mob justice. Once a law has been passed by Parliament, assuming the President assents to the law this evening, we should allow the Minister time to prepare a transition. So if it comes into effect this evening, you mean these people just run away and leave offices there? So the commencement should be when the ministry is ready, even to receive them.
Yes. Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, Right Honorable Chair, yesterday when the Minister of Agriculture was giving justification as to why some agencies were proposed to go back to the ministry, he mentioned a word, agency. When you are operating through an agency, you are an agent of your mother ministry. You are a candidate in Chira municipality. When you appoint an agent to manage for you a polling station, when you win, you can decide to say, my agent, come back. I have now won. Now the mother ministry is saying, you come, I continue operating through the ministry. Maybe where I can agree with the Honorable Semuju, we can put maybe a timeline of 2 weeks or 1 month to prepare it is a smooth transition.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Chair.
Hajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Chair, yesterday we ably heard from the Minister of Agriculture, who said they actually supervise these agencies and they work under them. So the ministries are not alien actually to what is happening in these agencies. NFA, a lot of things have been going under them. The ministries have only been constrained because they had a board that was overseeing and doing everything. Ministries should take over immediately with NFA, where people license and give authority for people to take our land. Ministries should take over immediately.
Honorable Dr. Pear.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I am wondering why we are really talking so much about NFA giving transition. We have already passed bills here for several agencies, and the operations stop as soon as they are sent.
Order, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is an order.
I want to put a point of order. The Honorable Member is one of the few MPs that have licenses. Like the same we have applied it to Nguzuli, it should apply to her for hundreds and hundreds of hectares of land of NFA. Is in order to declare our interest in this matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't want the honorable members of this House to deviate from the principle of the bill to attacking individual members.
Honorable members.
The issue is let the bill be assented to, and it is in operations. Why mentioning
Honorable
names
members,
here?
if somebody got the license lawfully, it has no problem. What we are looking at now is either having the instrument or upon assent.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a clarification so that we don't generalize. There is the evil in this forest. The evil is in natural forest. We have natural forest, and then we have forest reserve. Forest reserve, we are open grassland where government wanted to plant forests. Now, the members who spoke about the cutting of natural forest and having people insist to plant trees in natural forest is criminal. And I think people should not condemn anybody who got licenses on forest reserve because these were open land for planting trees. The criminal is in. I thought I want to clarify this, Madam.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. An act commences upon publication in the Gazette as required in Section 14 of the Act of Parliament Act. An act gets force of law only after the publication in the Gazette. So, the law should only commence upon publication in the Gazette. And that is already in the statute books.
Right on, Speaker. That is right on,
You
Speaker.
know, that is already provided for. So delete it. You don't need a new clause. You don't need a new clause.
Right on, Speaker. Right on, Speaker. Your guidance is only applicable if a statute is silent on commencement. That's when your guidance will be applicable. But where in the wisdom of Parliament they are giving authority to a minister on when the law should come into force, then it is the minister through a statutory instrument that decides when commencement should be. That's one. Number two, right on, Speaker. The reason, if you look at clause 45 of this particular bill, the reason why you have to have a minister, to give a minister opportunity for commencement, is because administratively there are some things to be undertaken. So there is no way you are going to relate presidential assent to commencement. Otherwise, you'll be making it practically difficult for the minister to carry out administrative issues for purposes of ensuring that there is a complete transition. So this, the leeway is intended to give the minister opportunity for the transition, especially with the such bills that are dealing with rationalization.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to...
Honorable members, what is the problem with us having this in force upon assent?
Madam Speaker, I have the
Upon
answer.
assent.
I have the answer, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
When
the answer
you,
is here.
when you say this act shall come into force, a date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument, that's open.
Madam
I can
Speaker,
decide to do it after 5 years.
Madam Chair, can I give a response? Madam Chair, the response is here. Madam Chair, here. Chair,
Let me
legal is
first
here.
have my manner.
There is a technical response here, Madam Chair.
Zirima.
Technical response here. She cannot hear.
Madam Chair, and the honorable members, this is a serious matter because some of us are looking at it on different dimensions. Some of these agencies are just agencies of neocolonialism. Why I want to confirm this is that when this agency was put in place, most of our indigenous trees were cut. I have been on research doing herbochemistry. When we are doing this, we found that all of these types species of trees that were brought are just here to demolish the nature of Uganda, and our indigenous trees were cut. You find you cannot enter a forest to get there some of these herbs, because therefore these agencies of neocolonialism must be put to an end today. They must be put to an end today, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, we concede to the position of consent upon assent.
Madam Chair,
Commencement.
Amendment, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, we have already taken a decision on this matter. I don't know where the chair was. This matter, the speaker called for a vote and we voted. The Honorable Dr. Waiga came for clarification. We have voted.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Madam Chair,
There
something
was
here.
no voting.
Chair, I would want to propose that looking at the fact that there are assets and liabilities of NFA that must be prepared before handover. Because if we don't manage these processes well, we are going to have a situation where people take advantage and exploit government. I therefore propose we have a 2 years duration. That I'm yet to justify my position. We have a 2 years within which all these accountabilities are done before this law comes into force. That will give opportunity for all necessary accountability.
Let me have Honorable Dur.
Procedure.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm up on a procedural issue. Madam Chair, we are not proceeding well because, sorry.
You have already
Are we
ruled.
proceeding well, Madam Chair, when we propose that we should adopt commencement upon assent, when it is a requirement that a bill must be gazetted before it takes effect? So when the President assents, it means it has already taken effect, but it has not been gazetted. So the right procedure is the one which is reflected in Section 8 of the Acts of Parliament Act, where a bill takes effect upon the gazetting, or the other option
upon publication.
Upon publication, or where you
In the
put
Gazette.
where you give the powers to the minister to issue a statutory instrument. There are only two options. This one upon assent is not tenable.
So can we say upon publication?
Yes.
In the Gazette?
Yes.
Madam Chair, before we take a decision, when Parliament sits to legislate, it must be clear in its intention. There is no any other authority that can legislate or make a law. And it is this Parliament that can translate its intention into a clause or a section of a law that can be enforced. So it is upon us here to decide. You cannot legislate and allow the confusion to go into the public. If it is the intention of this House that you want the minister to commence the act because there are certain sections or provisions that are contingent upon something, you state that in the law. If it is upon our interest that it must come out or upon Gazette, we must state it. We cannot allow that confusion to go out there because we are the ones to legislate. That must be decided here and it is clear. And that is why in modern drafting, which I fault the drafters of these laws, they have deliberately left commencement dates in all the RAFEX bills. And yet government is pushing out that this is an urgent bill, meaning the government is ready to implement immediately. How can you then come and tell us that we are not ready on certain aspects? If you are not ready, why did you bring the bill here? So we must insert commencement dates on all the bills. And if we want it to take place as soon as the next day, we should do that.
Yes.
Chair. Chair.
They were delayed to publish.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Right Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I would like first of all to thank you for the opportunity. Honorable colleagues.
There's a motion.
Madam Speaker, there are now two positions emerging. Commencement as it is in the Act of Parliament Acts, which is upon Gazette,
publication
or
in the
a
Gazette.
date put by Parliament. Every colleague standing up is saying the same thing. I now move, Madam Speaker, that the question be put.
The question be put as per the law. As per the law is upon Gazette publication in the Gazette. Yes. Make up. Yes.
Right Honorable Chair, we consent to the position of commencement upon publication in the Gazette. Thank you.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Right, Honorable Chair, can I seek clarification from you? Chair.
Clause 1. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Honorable Chair, Clause 3 is amended in the head note by substituting for the words Act 8 of 2003. the words Cap 160 and thereafter whenever the word appears. Justification is to align the bill with the revised laws of Uganda as at July 1st, 2024.
Minister. Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question, clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7, amendment.
Honorable Chair, Clause 7 is amended in the head note by substituting for the words Section 3, the words Section 2, justification to align the numbering of the section with the revised laws of Uganda as at July 2024, 7th edition, and thereafter align all the amended sections to the revised act as of July 2024.
Honorable Minister.
I concede, Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Contrary. I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. I don't hear. I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I put a question that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I put a question that clause 21 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I put a question that clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I put a question that clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I put a question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I put a question that clause 25 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I put a question that clause 26
Chair, clause 26 still talks of the authority. I request that the word authority be repealed since you are doing away with it.
Clause 26.
I put a question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I put a question that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I put a question that clause 28 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I put a question that clause 29 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I put a question that clause 30 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I put a question that clause 31 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I put a question that clause 32 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I put a question that clause 33 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I put a question that clause 34 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I put a question that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I put a question that clause 36 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I put a question that clause 37 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I put a question that clause 39 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 42.
I put a question that clause 42. Yes, 42.
Thank you, Chair. If you see clause 42 on offences, the fines are too light because you find there are 40 cents, 40 currency units, which you find is 800. So on the offences, I think we should revise the offences, Right Honourable Speaker. The penalties we should revise on the fines, but the court ones we can leave. Because when you come to the fines of the currency units, like where I found 40 currency units.
42 is application of license. Yes.
When you reach on clauses, on offences,
you look for it.
Yes.
Get the law. Don't make us to get the law for you.
Clause 42.
It is indicating a body, responsible body. Hopefully it was repealed. To talk of the ministry.
Responsible body.
No, but the ministry can set up a licensing wing.
But the ministry can set up a licensing wing. It is under the ministry, but it's going to be a body on its own. No. It's not a ministry.
The minister will devise regulations. They'll set up.
Yes, they will get the regulations that will. Yes.
Right, Honorable Chair. Why it should be the ministries, because whoever will be performing functions in that regard will be working on and on behalf of the ministry. So we should say the ministry, whether licensing or should be the ministry.
Jonah? responsible body shall
Madam Chair, the clause in question seeks to repeal Section 80.
Yes.
And Section 80 is about service of documents.
Yes.
And in the bill, any other document can be served on the Attorney General. This was in relation to the corporate status, the legal status. Of NFA. Now that it does not exist, it means that there must be a legal representative, which will be the Attorney General. So anyone who wants to serve a document on will serve the Attorney General. So the repeal is okay.
Yes.
Clause 42.
42. I put a question that clause 42 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
Clause 43. I put a question that clause 43 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I put a question that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I put a question that clause 45 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 46.
I put a question that clause 46 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I put a question that clause 47 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I put a question that clause 48 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title. Title. I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Yes.
Chair, we repealed the Section 62 of the old Act, and we should have also repealed the Section 61, which we did not do. So I invite you to take a look at it. It's on Section 20, Clause 24 of the new bill. If I could just elaborate, 61 talks about meetings of the board. Then 62 talks about committees of the board. So we should have also repealed the meetings of the board.
Section 55 is repealed under clause 18. That is the one that forms the board. And since that is repealed, so it collapses the rest. Consequential. Resumption.
I move that we repeal section 61.
61 is a consequential of a 58, of a 55. Without the board, you cannot have meetings of the board.
But without repealing it, it will remain on our statutes.
It is consequential. It will be cleaned up. The drafts people will clean up. Yes.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 with amendments with the new clause and amendments of clause 3 and 7. I beg to
and passed it to the amendments. And passed it to the amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House considered the National Forestry Planting Amendment Bill and passed it with amendments.
Honorable Minister, you're supposed to move for adoption of the report.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the whole House, of the Committee of the whole House, and do pass.
The Committee of the whole House.
The Committee of the whole House.
Thank you. I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and to contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading.
Honorable Minister.
The National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed.
Bill second reading, the National Tribunal Bill 2024.
Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 131 of the Rules of Procedure, I'll call the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to move a motion to the second reading of the bill. Minister Tikan. Minister Tikan.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to first put on record that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs are 3 ministers. The Honorable Norbert Mao is appearing before a court in Gulu. The Honorable Attorney General is on official duty in Washington, D.C., meeting with the World Bank. The Deputy Attorney General is in the Gambia to defend and present the position of government on matters of human rights. In the circumstances, if it pleases you, we are here to all brief and proceed with the bill on behalf of government.
Tell him to allow vote. Honorable members, I have my shadow Attorney General who will guide. My shadow will guide. So, my shadow Attorney General on the other side, since he's a watchdog. Can you sit down? Abua is prepared. We have Honorable Jonathan
Speaker, for the
on the
record,
shadow to be a watchdog.
Yeah, for the record, the Shadow Attorney General is Honorable Newagaba is not here.
Shadow Justice.
I'm the Shadow Minister
Shadow
for Justice
Justice
and Constitutional Affairs.
Yes.
And I appreciate your confidence in me. I will dissent, and I hope that will carry the day, since I'll be guiding you in that direction.
Let's move. Let's move. Let's move. No, let's move.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Tribunal Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Seconded. Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Isaac, by you second. By Omara, by Honorable Kabanda, by Honorable Kotogong, Achora, Amero, Ojara, James, General Luelo, John, the Vice Chairperson, by the majority in the House, including Faith and Singiro and Nalongo. Yes. Can you speak to your bill?
Right Honorable Speaker, in justifying the move to pass this bill into law, I wish to give my justification in 3 respects. Respect number 1, and very briefly, we'll talk about why we need the bill. And 2, we'll handle the defects that this bill seeks to cure. And 3, the remedies proposed in the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, in principle, the policy behind the bill is to give effect to the government policy on rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, which was adopted by Cabinet on the 22nd of February 2021 and is contained in Cabinet Minute number 43 CT 2021. In terms of the defects that it seeks to cure, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Tax Appeals Tribunal was established by the Tax Appeal Tribunals Act, Cap 345, whereas the Electricity Disputes Tribunal was established by the Electricity Act, Cap 145. Both tribunals deal with the resolution of disputes arising from the implementation of the different acts. This presents a huge cost of administration to the Treasury. Additionally, instead of having two separate councils dealing with disputes, a national tribunal may be established to handle all disputes arising from both laws and, if necessary, other laws as well. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, what are the remedies proposed in the bill? The intention of the bill, honorable members, is to merge the Tax Appeals Tribunal and the Electricity Disputes Tribunal into one national tribunal called the National Tribunal, which shall adjudicate all disputes subject to a tribunal. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable members, we will stand over the National Tribunal Bill and go to arbitration bill and conciliation, because there are issues that will require Attorney General. Yes. Yes.
Item 7 on the order paper, the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024.
Right Honorable Speaker, subject to your guidance, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Seconded. Pascal, Jessica, Laura, Edakasi, Asaba, Elwelo, Omara, Honorable Kavanda, Honorable John, Honorable Adeke, Honorable Ayotoni, Honorable Linda, Kotogong, Emmanuel, those are enough. Speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker, the policy direction behind this bill is equally in principle to give effect to the government policy on rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure. The defects that it seeks to cure, Right Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995 as amended establishes a definite number of government agencies, including constitutional commissions, authorities, boards, local councils, and other statutory bodies. These were established to perform certain specific constitutional functions. Over the years, however, there has been a proliferation of agencies established by acts of parliament, executive orders, and administrative arrangements. Whereas most of the agencies are necessary due to the critical nature of the functions they perform, government has established that a certain limited number of agencies were established without due consideration to the aspects of institutional harmony, functional duplications, overlaps, and affordability. Government has also established that some agencies have served the purpose for which they were established. The mandate of a few other agencies has been overtaken by events. Such agencies need to be rationalized. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for allowing me to raise a procedural issue. Whereas ministers gave us the same defect of all the laws that we've been handling, is it procedure right, even on the floor, to give us the same narrative when we are speaking about a specific law? We are being very specific on a particular law we are talking about, and then he's telling us of the laws, they had this, yet we are being very specific. Are we proceeding well for the minister not to tell us specifically what was the defect in the existing law that we are handling?
That is going to come in the committee report, so the minister was proceeding well. The committee report will give us that.
Right Honourable Speaker, rationalization is a policy decision under Article 111 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. For this particular bill, what are the remedies government is proposing through the ministry? Right Honourable Speaker, the intention of this bill, therefore, is one, to enable the mainstreaming of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution into the ministry responsible for justice, thereby inter alia relieving the government of the financial drain on its resources and the burden of wasteful administration and expenditure. 2, to facilitate efficient and effective service delivery by clearly delineating the mandate and functions of the ministry in respect to the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, thereby avoiding duplication of mandate and functions. 3, to promote coordinated administrative arrangements, policies, and procedures for ensuring the efficient and successful management, financial accounting, and budgetary discipline of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, enabling the government to play its proper role more effectively, and also enforcing accountability, among many other justifications for this bill. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move and submit.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honourable members. Before I proceed, I want to lay on table a copy of the committee report and the minutes and the certificate of financial implication. Madam Chair and honourable members, the report is brief, so I will try to conclude it in a few minutes. This is a report of the Sectoral Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024. On 24th September 2024, the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 was read for the first time and pursuant to Rule 129.1 of the Rules of Procedure of Uganda, Parliament of Uganda, and the same was referred to the Sectoral Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny. In accordance with Rule 129.2 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, the committee has examined the bill and hereby presents its report. A purpose of the bill. The intention of the bill is to amend the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 4 to mainstream the functions of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution established under the Act into the ministry responsible for justice, and to abolish the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution as a corporate entity and to re-establish it as a department in a ministry. The policy of the bill is to give effect to the government policy for rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, RAPEX, which was adopted by Cabinet on 22nd February 2021. The RAPEX policy is premised on the need to merge, mainstream, rationalize, and rationalize government agencies, commissions, and authorities, and save government expenditure in order to relieve the government of the financial drain on its resources and the burden of wasteful administration and expenditure. Methodology. In the process of analyzing the bill, the committee held discussions with the following stakeholders: the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Law Development Center, Mr. Jime M. Muyanja, the Executive Director of Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution. In reviewing, and also we reviewed the following documents: the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995, the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 4, written submission by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, written submission by Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, and written submission by the Law Development Center. Overview of the bill. The bill makes the following proposals, and these proposals have been talked to by the mover of the bill. I wish to save time by skipping them. Paragraph 5.0, overview of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution. The Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, CADA, is a statutory body established under Section 67 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, Cap 4. The Center is a body corporate with perpetual succession and a common seal. CADA was granted regulatory functions under Section 68 to, among others, appoint arbitrators where parties fail to do so, and to make appropriate rules, administrative procedures, and forms for effective performance of arbitration, conciliation, and alternative dispute resolution process. Assess, establish, and enforce a code of ethics for arbitrators, conciliators, neutrals, and experts. Qualify and accredit arbitrators, conciliators, and experts. Provide administrative services and other technical services in aid of arbitration, conciliation, and alternative dispute resolution. Establish appropriate qualifications for institutions, bodies, and persons eligible for appointment. Establish a comprehensive roster of competent and qualified arbitrators, conciliators, and experts. Facilitate certification, registration, and authentication of arbitration, awards, and conciliation settlements. Establish and administer schedule of fees for arbitrators. Avail skills training and promote the use of alternative dispute resolution methods of stakeholders, and to do all other acts as are required, necessary for conducive or conducive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Chair, I'm on a procedure. Madam Chair, the Chair is reading for us mainly what the body does. I think in the interest of time, if you could permit, it goes to recommendation on those matters, because it's just listing the functions of the body to us.
Observations and recommendations.
I concur, Madam Chair. I'll proceed to page let me proceed to page 5, paragraph 5.1, which is abolition of CADA and mainstreaming it back into the Ministry of Justice. Clause 3, 4, and 5 propose to abolish the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution as a corporate entity and establish it in the Ministry of Justice as a department. The effect of that amendment is to dissolve the Center as a legal entity and reestablish it in and transfer its functions to the Ministry of Justice. And that talks into the following paragraphs, where I want now to proceed to page 6. The reasons why we are mainstreaming it, there is a lack of a governing council. That is page 6, paragraph 1 on the top, lack of a governing council. Whereas section 69 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act requires CADA to have a governing council, there is no council in place currently, and none has existed before. The committee also found that no formal structures have been put in place to manage CADA. This has affected the proper functioning of the center in discharging its mandate under the Act. Paragraph 2 is nature of the functions of CADA, which I have already talked to. Number 3 is lack of funding from government. CADA has not been receiving funding from government, and therefore putting it back to the ministry is a way of effecting mediation in justice processes. Loss of status as a sole arbitration center has also been noted as a reason for taking it back to the ministry. There is a lack of executive director and support staff. The purported executive director who is in place is not properly put in place, as you read and understand, and therefore we propose that it should be taken back to the ministry. There has also been maladministration as a result of the lack of an executive director properly appointed, and therefore maladministration has affected its functions. The recommendation: the committee recommends that the proposal to abolish the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution as a corporate entity and the transfer of the mandates and functions of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution to the ministry be supported by the House. In conclusion, the committee recommends the bill be passed into law, subject to the proposed amendments that will be following shortly. The report is properly signed by the requisite number of MPs.
Thank you.
And the amendments follow.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Baka, who is back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Mara, you have something to say? There is no minority. It's a clear thing. Yes, after Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would just want to use this opportunity, Right Honourable, to thank you and the honourable members of the House for your prayers and good wishes when I had the incident and I was seriously hurt. I want to thank you for coming to the hospital to see me at a very difficult moment. At the time I was in the high dependency unit. Information was lacking, but I want to thank the honorable members of parliament who accompanied you. I want to thank you for your generosity and your support and your continued determination to make sure that I'm treated well and recover. Honorable members, it has been 3 months. That's why I've been away from Parliament. I was between the hospital and home. Right Honorable, I want to bring greetings from my family and appreciation for the support I've received from Parliament. Your humanity is completely very distinguished, and I want to appreciate it. I know some members came to the hospitals, others had the opportunity to come home. We appreciate very much your association and your support. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honourable, do you support the bill? Do you support the bill?
Thank you, Right Honourable. I'm in complete support of the bill.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I would like to welcome our brother back to the House and for supporting the bill. I also rise to support the bill, Right Honourable Speaker. The Arbitration and Conciliation Bill, I think, is one of the examples of institutional harmony that the principle of RAPEX brings to the country. Right Honourable Speaker, this arbitration and conciliation law or bill has been really one of those that is not well understood by so many people. But if you read a little bit about this agency, you realize that the payment of these arbitrators, the selection and all the processes are dependent on both parties that are aggrieved, which in my opinion, both of these parties were left to the discretion of these arbitrators. Right Honorable Speaker, the idea or the proposal that government is bringing to create a center of arbitration, in my opinion, will really address all the challenges that both aggrieved parties have been undergoing in the process of seeking for reconciliation and of their cases and arbitration. The other issue is also that both parties that are aggrieved that go to this agency of the arbitration have often been frustrated, and in most cases have stalled because both parties have to contribute money for them, for their cases to be heard. So I strongly support that this center of arbitration will ably address the challenges that most aggrieved parties have had, and hopefully it will also help us in the issue of the case backlog that has been in the judiciary sector. I thank you very much.
Motion, Hajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the look of this report, there was no will from that part of government that said exists. It has no structure, it has no leadership, it does not have funding. I'd have been very surprised if there was a minority report over this. I therefore move, Right Honorable Speaker, that we move into committee stage and discuss this.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded by Dakas, Edie, Johnny, Dennis, Achora, Deke, Prosi, by Honorable Mara, Ayo, Honorable Nekesa, Honorable Alanyo, Honorable Luelu, Honorable Bright, Honorable by Isaac, local government. Why are you hiding there, Muhammad? By Phyllis, by Dr. Yume, by Honorable Anywa, by Sise Namuju, by Olanya, by Honorable Lamatia, by Nakasongola, Nabukera, Council, Margaret, Dr. Pear, thank you. I put a question that we move to committee stage on arbitration and conciliation amendment bill to be read for the second time. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Madam Chair, we propose an amendment to Clause 5, and the head note is amendment of Section 67 of Cap 4. Clause 5 is amended in the head note and in the provision by substituting for the word Cap 4 the words Cap 5. Justification to align the bill with the Chapter of Arbitration and Conciliation Act under the revised laws of Uganda.
Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I concur with the committee.
I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, we propose to amend clause 8 of the bill in the head note and in the provision by substituting for the word section 70A, the word section 71, and thereafter realign the numbering in the bill with the numbering in the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 5. Justification: to align the numbering of the bill with the numbering of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 5 as provided under the revised laws of Uganda.
Aye. Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, no objection to the proposal of the committee.
I put a question that the clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I put a question that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
No.
The ayes have it.
House.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bills third reading, the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Act 2024.
Bill passed and the title settled. So your document, I will act on it.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wish to note that for the past 3 weeks, the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs has been extremely busy, as you must have noticed, with several bills. And for that matter, I wish to thank the members, my deputies here, and the honorable members who have been very active for the last 3 weeks. And also urge you to appear, even when we are in recess, such that we can process the many bills we have, including the Lumu Bill and the Constitutional Amendment Bill. And now we have the Marriage Bill and the Sexual Offences Bill. So I appeal to you to maintain the same spirit and appear in the committee. So, and the Minister, I thank you so much for the work you have done. Thank you.
Honorable members, we'll suspend the House for 30 minutes. Then we come back and finalize the last bills.